Welcome to Great Online Training. This is Naidu. In this video, we are going to learn clinical R programming tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn the programming skills from zero knowledge to up to pro level, how to write a program we will see in R. Topics covered in this video. How this clinical R programming is differ from regular R programming. What is the use of this clinical R programming? Will you get a job after learning this course? What will be the packages? Which organizations are offering R programming jobs in the market? What are the different R programming roles? Do I need to learn clinical R programming as I already learned SAS programming? How it is important to you? How to apply for R programming jobs? Who are eligible to do this course? With a 1 year of experience, how much you will get as a R programmer salary, and vice versa. We will see about the experienced persons also, how much they'll get it. If you're already working as a SAS programmer, how this is a benefit to you? Can I get a job as a fresher? How to become an R programmer from basic programming to advanced programming will be explained in the next 4 hours of your training. So we are giving a live training every week. If you are interested, please contact on the below details. You will get more details on visiting our website at Great Online Training. You can directly on WhatsApp. So you can just use these numbers so that you can enroll yourself and all. So if you're clicking on WhatsApp hi, remaining all the details, automatically you will get it through our chatbots. So we do give a corporate trainings. We have worked with organizations, and we have been giving a training to the existing organizations to convert their existing SAS programmers into R programmers. We do give the skills and the domain skill and as well as a programmatic skill in their organization itself through live classes. If you are also interested in that space, please let us know and contact these details. We'll work with you. Let's get started. Okay. How this clinical R programming is differ from regular R programming. R programming, the software is same in clinical and financial sector or maybe data analytics. So here the exact difference is we use the same R programming skills in clinical trial data analysis. By using this R programming in clinical trials, we use for creating a data sets in SDTM, ADAM and TLFs, we can do that. So this is different from your financial programming. So financial programming, we use all this analysis. There also it is just a reporting purpose. When comparing with the clinical, so clinical we use this knowledge mainly for producing of TLFs, that is your tables, listings and figures, analysis data models, and so study data tabulation models, that is your SDTM, we are going to learn in this. In a clinical sector, these are the three things is very much required. So nowadays organizations are implementing R programming to just develop these particular data sets and as well as TFLs. So the difference exactly is we can use the same R programming skills in a clinical sector. Okay, but R programming, the skill what you are learning in the both the type, so in the both the places it is the same. So we use to create a tables. So tables in the sense, I will show you in upcoming video of mine what is table, what is listing and what is figure. What we can able to do with R, I will explain there in detail so that you will get more details there. What is the use of this clinical R programming? The use is very simple. Any of the clinical trials, if they are just getting their drug approval in the market, they need to submit a clinical trial data to the FDA or maybe EMA. So for regulatory submission, it is mainly to just get an approval of the drug. It's the same way if you want to get in your organization, maybe the CRO companies, so they want to get an approvals from FDA on particular drug, they need to do the clinical trials. That clinical trials data will be get analyzed by using R. As of now, people are using SAS. Now, a lot of organizations are implementing R programming also. So this is now a demanding concept. A programmer with R knowledge is very much people are looking to just get work with them. So let's get started with this R programming so that you will have a bright future. So the use is mainly, it is used for clinical trial data analysis. Okay, that is the reason. Wherever we use SAS earlier days, we use R programming in the same places. So mainly for to produce all the clinical trial data analysis. You will get a job after learning this course. Yes, there are a lot of organizations now, they are just looking for R programmer because so organizations trying to reduce their cost by just spending a licenses on SAS. As it is, R is open source, every organizations are interested to move from SAS to R. So this is the best opportunity right now because industry is booming up and they are very much interested people who are with R programming skill with clinical knowledge. So they are very much interested. There are a lot of job postings also happening right now. So on this one. So definitely you will get a job after getting this. So what I suggest is only just don't learn only R. So little bit of SAS knowledge also required. So before applying it. So right now you need to have both knowledge, so SAS also and as well as R also to get a job into the market. So if you have a little knowledge on SAS and you have more knowledge on R, people they try to recruit you. Which organizations are offering R programming jobs? Almost all CRO companies, they are just offering these jobs like Roche, Lilly, GSK, Novartis, Cognizant, TCS, Pfizer, Abbott, Bayer, and Covens. So these are all the organizations nowadays they are offering job as a R programmer jobs. So you can apply anywhere, you will get the job. What are the different R programming roles? The R programming roles as it is like a SAS programmer. So like data analyst jobs, you can apply for it. Clinical R programmer roles, you can apply for it. Clinical R developers, we can just go for it. Clinical R data analysts, you can apply for it. Trial programmer and senior clinical R programmer, principal programmer. So these are all the roles you can just apply in the market. So mostly whatever the jobs it is offered for earlier for SAS programming, all the jobs applicable for R programming also. So they are rolling out from SAS to R, the same jobs and the same designations they try to use it. You can apply any organizations with these particular titles. So you can just search it in a LinkedIn or maybe Indeed or maybe DICE. So on your job portals. So you can just search for it and then you can apply. Do I need to learn a clinical R programming as I already learned SAS programming? Definitely. I definitely suggest you to just learn this R programming also. Even though you have a SAS programming, the upcoming days. So some of the organizations it is upcoming days, some of the organizations they already implemented R programming. So I have been into this industry and with the 14 years of experience now. So people already started using R into their projects. So if you are enrolled or if you are apply for that type of organization, they are specifically look for R programmer also. So definitely you need to learn R programming also to upskill yourself so that you will be ready for the both jobs, either SAS programming job as you already have a skill, R programming also, so that it is an added advantage. Okay, definitely this will be helpful for you. How to apply for a R programming jobs? Very simple. You can just look for any LinkedIn posts. So nowadays all the job postings are happening on the LinkedIn. So just go to create a nice profile on the LinkedIn and try to apply on the LinkedIn itself. and try to create an alert. So if someone is pasting any job for R programmer, automatically the mail will be triggered. Try to create an alert for you so that it is easy in LinkedIn. And most of the job conversations and all the job recruitment happening in LinkedIn, so use that as one resource. Another one is you can just use any job portals like Indeed or DICE, so you can just use it so for applying the jobs. So it is very simple. So just create a resume and try to apply. Sometimes you need to create your profiles on their organization. Suppose you want to apply for a job in About, then automatically, so with that link, you will navigate to that About web page, and there on their career page, you need to upload your resumes and you need to fill all the basic details. So this is how we need to apply it. So yeah, we can do it. And most of the organizations like consultancy guys and all, they are directly looking for R programming jobs. So they'll directly call you. So if you just put your resume on LinkedIn, so you no need to apply. Sometimes by looking into your resume itself, they'll get back. Now this is very demanding topic, the R programming. So this is the best time to just start with it. Who are eligible to do this course? Everyone. So everyone in the sense, all the people who are graduates or postgraduates are apply for this particular R programming roles. So you must know the knowledge on clinical side plus your R programming skill. That's it. So in this particular training, we are giving what are the clinical knowledge is required, and as well as what is the clinical R programming topics or concepts are required to just grab the job in the market. We try to train you on that. Yes. So everyone, the only basic qualification is graduation or post graduation or PhD. That's up to you. But yes, so that is a minimum requirement. At least 3 years or 4 years degree is required to get a job into the market. So anyone, so who are from MBBS background, who are from nurse, or who are from B pharmacy, M pharmacy, and you are from the chemistry background, you are from the biology background, you are from biochemistry, you are from microbiology, biotechnology. So all these courses, and as well as you are from mathematics, you are from the physics, no matter what, so you are eligible to do this course. The only thing is you need to equip with all the clinical knowledge plus your R programming knowledge is required to just apply this job into the market. With 1 year experience, how much you will get as an R programmer? With a 1 year experience, you will get a 5 to 6 lakhs package. With 0 years experience, you will get a 3 to 4 lakhs package as a R programmer. You will get it. Imagine if you have a 5 years of experience, 5 multiplied with 3. So that means every year the increment, you just take it as a normal standard. So that is your 3 lakhs per annum you will get it. So that means so it is going to be 5 multiplied with 3 lakhs. It is going to be 15 lakhs package with a 5 years experience. With a 10 years experience, you will be lies between around 30 to 35 lakhs package. So this is a normal package for all the SAS programmer, and the same will be applicable for R programmer too. If you are already working as a SAS programmer, how it will be benefit to you? So as you already know that organizations are rolling out from SAS to R. So this is the nice time and right time, I can say that. So that if you learn this R programming, you are going to be a leader for upcoming days. Because when in your organization, if you are only the person who is know R, so that most of the projects you can able to coordinate with your skill. So people are very much demand right now with R programming skill, and organizations are eagerly waiting to start with these R programming jobs in the market. Organizations are very much interested to start with these R programming projects to start and all apply. So this is the golden opportunity to the people who already know SAS plus R. So it's a tremendous chances you will get it. Can I get a job as a fresher? Yes, you will get the job as a fresher. Even for SAS, fresher level jobs are a bit less, but R programming fresher level jobs are possible because the R is just starting now itself. So you can get jobs as a fresher. Even if you are good enough with R programming, with the clinical knowledge, people will try to recruit you. Yes, you will get the job as a fresher also. How to become a R programmer to basic and basic programming to advanced programming we will explain in the next 4 hours of the training. So please be subscribed to our channel and please watch the complete video, and there we will explain about it. Our trainer Ranjit will explain all the details very clearly, step by step, how to just learn, and meanwhile you can install your R programming on your own. So it is just a open source software, so you can just practice with him whatever the codes he is writing in the next upcoming 4 hours of your training. So you can also implement the same, stick to it, and you just see how these things are working with you. If everything goes well, and you can able to learn all the programming skills. If you are really interested to learn this R programming with us, please visit our website at greatonlinetraining.com, or maybe you can WhatsApp on this particular number. You will get all the details clearly. You can just try our demo session, which is free, so that you just see how we are explaining and all. So that if you think that after 3 or 4 days of my regular demo sessions are done, so then if you're still interested to continue the course, then you can just pay for the fee and then continue with the remaining days. The total duration of this particular course is it is in around 65 hours of training we are going to give you, so that you'll get more details there. We try to cover all the concepts which is required for clinical R programming jobs, all the roles and responsibilities and market trends, what they want it. We are good enough into this, so we can able to teach you. We are the first persons in the market explaining about this particular R programming skills, and we are the first persons, so we are starting in this particular YouTube that starting your R programming. Nobody has in the internet offering this R programming. This is the best place for you to just learn. Without any further ado, let's get started. Thank you for watching. Be subscribed to our channel.
Hello viewers, welcome to Great Online Training. This is introductory video for the beginners who wanted to start their career in clinical R programming. So here we'll discuss basic of clinical R programming. So first I'll discuss what is clinical R programming, then see the role and responsibility of the clinical R programmer, and at the end we'll see the potential of this course in pharmaceutical industries. So if you wanted to get a basic idea on clinical R programming, then please continue watching this video. And if you are still interested to know more about the course, please register yourself on our website www.greatonlinetraining.com. And if you have question related to the career, job opportunity and placement, you can write in the comment section and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. So we will provide the software, learning material, live project example to help you to learn this course in a better way. Let's move to the next slide. So this is me. I'm Ranjit. I'm an R programmer and trainer. I have a 12 plus years of programming experience in developing and implementing various applications for pharmaceutical industries, banking, finance, clinical and health industries. Let's move to the agenda of this presentation. So today first we'll discuss why we are starting this course, and after that we'll see what is clinical R programming. And then we'll see the role and responsibility of the clinical R programmer. And at the end, we'll see the potential of clinical R programming in pharmaceutical industries. So why R? So R is free and open source. So anyone can download without a single charges. And anyone can use R in their day-to-day activity, right? So they can use in data processing, they can use for the report generation, they can use for the app development, etc. So we'll see those examples in subsequent videos. And R has a very large community of users, and they all interact in a very collaborative manner, and many users develop various packages for their need, and they upload on a central repository, central CRAN archive network, and we can download those packages and we can utilize based on our requirement, right? So this is very helpful. Apart from this, so R has an independent platform. We can use R on all operating system, whether it is Mac, Linux or Windows, right? And it has also presence on the virtual platform, right? Virtual cloud. Okay. and at the end it has a very lucrative career. So if we train ourselves in domain of R programming, so we'll get very good salary, right, and very good career opportunity. So at the entry level, R programmer gets paid up to 5 lakhs per annum, and an experienced R programmer gets around 9.7 lakhs per annum. Okay, so this is the graph showing percentage of matching job posting, right? Here we have a 3 lines. The orange one is for the SAS, right? And the blue one is for the R, and green one is for the Python, right? So if you see from 2012 onwards, so the percentage of job postings in R has picked up, right? Is increasing, and in 2016, in the mid of 2016, it has crossed SAS, right? So this is quite evident that R has very huge potential in giving the job opportunity, right? Okay, so now we'll discuss what is clinical trial processes. In clinical trial processes, we have to draft the protocol. So protocol is basically a Bible of a clinical trial. It contains all the informations of the clinical trial, and protocol guides us what to do, and how to conduct the clinical trial, right? And I'll show you the protocol in a minute. And all the stakeholders, whether it is a programmer, whether it is a clinician, whether it is a safety lead, whether it is a medical lead, all need the protocol to get their job done. Once you join in a company as a clinical R programmer, they will just provide you the protocol to read and to understand what is the study design, how many subjects are there in the studies, whether it is a multi-center trial or single arm, what is the indication of the studies, etc. So they first give you the protocol to understand and have some idea about the studies. So let me show you the protocol first. Okay, so this is the protocol that I downloaded from the web. So you can also follow, you can also search in Google and you'll find this protocol, right? So this is for the, okay, so this is for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. So this is a disease condition in which lungs become scarce and breathing become extremely difficult, right? So let me move to the, so this is the title of the studies, right? So these are the trial number, protocol date, okay, and here the trial site, so multi-center multinational trial, and this is the phase of the clinical trial, here phase 3, and this is the objective of the studies. And in the methodology section you will find open label multi-center extension trial, okay, and number of patients. So here we have 750, approximately 750 patients, right? And here we have two treatment arm. Treatment arm 1 is 150 mg and treatment arm 2 is 100 mg. So in treatment arm 1 we have near about 600 patients, and in treatment arm 2 we have 150 subjects, right? And this study, this protocol is for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, okay, so where lungs become scarce and breathing becomes extremely difficult, okay, and these are the doses. Okay, and if I go down, so this is the study schedule. You'll find here visit, right? Visit. So here we have 9, and then there are a few other visits as well. So these are the visits. This is end of treatment, and these are follow-up phase, right? So total we have 11 visits here. So these are the visits, right? So if you see in EOT, end of treatment, and FU is follow-up, right? And here they have provided all the information on which date, what information the site will capture from the patients, right? So if you see here -42 to 0, so they will capture these informations like informed consent, demographic, baseline condition, physical examination, vital sign, right, and lab test. So why they have kept -42? Because it is not possible to capture all the information of all 750 subjects. 750 subjects is there in this trial in one day, right? So that's why they have created a buffer to capture all the informations. Okay, so we'll see these in more detail if you enroll in our course. Let me move to the presentation. Okay, so we'll draft the trial protocol and it sends for the approval to a health authority, right, or regulators. So once regulator approve those trial protocol, then we'll move to site initiations, right, site selections. So here sites are hospitals, it may be primary healthcare center, it may be secondary healthcare centers, or it may be tertiary healthcare centers, right. So this depends on disease condition or severity of the disease, right. So site may be hospitals, right, so it may be in one cities, it may be in one countries, it may be in one state, or it may be across the border, right. So some site may be in USA, some site may be in China, some site may be in Russia, some site may be in Japan, right. So the benefit of doing multi-center trial is basically we are having a site in more than one country, right, or more than one So now we'll select the site. So here site are hospitals, it may be primary healthcare, it may be secondary healthcare center, it may be tertiary healthcare centers, etc. So these depends on the severity of the disease conditions or availability of the patients, right? So sometimes we have one site or sometimes maybe more than one site. So it depends on the prevalence of disease or disease conditions or which therapeutic which disease condition we are looking for, right. Sometimes the patients are very rare, so in that case we have to recruit the patient from more than one site. The study where we have more than one site are called multi-center trial. So multi-center trial may be in one city, it may be in one state, it may be in one country, it may be across the globe, right. So some site may be in India, some site may be in USA, some site may be in Japan, some site may be in China, or some site may be in Russia. So the benefit of having more than one site in different countries is that we can ask for the approval from all country in one go, right. So we can ask for the approval in USA, in China, in Japan, in Russia. So that is the benefit of having more than one sites in a different countries. Okay, so once the site is selected, we need to get the approval from the local ethics committee. So these are basically a group of doctors or medical professionals or medical representatives. So they look the clinical trial more closely, and they'll ensure that all the processes of good clinical practices is followed in a clinical trial or not. Or they also look, is there any risk for the patient, and if they are satisfied that there is no risk for the patient, for the human, then they will approve the trial and then will recruit the patients from the site. So here while recruiting, we'll not recruit all the subjects. So in each and every trial we have some inclusion and exclusion criteria. So inclusion criteria are basically a list of rules that we have to follow while recruiting the patients. So if that patients has satisfied a particular criteria, then only we'll recruit the patient. We cannot recruit all the patients whosoever come at the site, right. And also we have some exclusion criteria. So if a particular patient satisfy one or more than one exclusion criteria, so in that case we'll exclude that subjects from our clinical trial. Let me show you the inclusion exclusion criteria that is mentioned in the protocol. Okay. Okay, so if you see here, these are the inclusion criteria. So here we don't have specific inclusion criteria as such, right? But here there are some exclusion criteria. These are the lab parameters. I'll discuss this in more detail in the course, right? So no need to worry. So these are some lab parameters. So if any patients have met these criteria, right? So ALT or AST is greater than 1.5 fold of UNL, then in that case that patients need to be excluded from the study. Also the bilirubin for a particular patient is greater than 1.5 fold of UNL, then in that case also we'll exclude that patient and will not include that patient into this clinical trial. Okay, so this depends on studies to studies, and it is very much different in different studies. Okay, so now we'll move to the presentation. Okay, So once we recruit the patients, we'll closely monitor those patients and we'll record those informations on a paper document that is called CRF, right? So CRF is case retrieval form. We'll record all the information like baseline, lab, and other medical history information of the patients, etc. So we'll record all this information on a paper, and after that we'll send those paper to a data validator, or data entry operator, or CRO to enter those data into the database. So they define some rules while entering into the database, and they enter all the information into the database. Okay, and they also validate those information, whether whatever the information is entered into the database are correct or not, right? So they also do the validation. Okay, once the data entry and validation is done, then we'll move to database log. So it is a state where no further changes to the data is permissible. So here we have clean data with no discrepancies, and after we'll provide this data to the clinical R programmer, and they write the script to create the SCTM datasets, ADAM datasets, and they also generate few reports. Once that report is final, then clinical R programming team will submit the data to the other stakeholder like clinician, doctor, statistician, and program heads, and they discuss those results in the result meeting. So they review the data more thoroughly and they see is there any other table that we need. So they request those additional table to be generated from the programming team, and once they are satisfied with the result, they submit those result to the health authority. Here for simplicity I have written here FDA, but it may be other health authority or regulators as well, like PMDA for Japan and all, right? They review the data very thoroughly, and they also review the processes, whether all the clinical good practices has followed or not, right? And once satisfied with the data and the processes, they approve those medication or intervention, and after that those medication or intervention will come into the market for the public use. So clinical programming role is here in data analysis and reporting using R. The role of the clinical programmer here is to generate the data sets, right? STM, ADAM, or also to generate the report. So here in the green highlighted part, the role and responsibility of the R programmer lies. Now we'll see this role and responsibility in more detail in next slide. Now we'll see step by step the role of clinical R programmer, right? So the clinical R programmer need to be aligned with the trial protocol, what are the information that we are capturing in the data, and whether all the information what are mentioned in the protocol is captured in the CRF or not. So CRF is basically a document, blank paper, where we capture all the information. So let me show you the CRF here. Okay, so this is the blank CRF. Here we have a site number and the subject number, right? So instead of writing this the site name, hospital name, we'll assign a code to a hospital and write there. And also instead of writing an individual patient's name, right, the patient's name, we'll write here the subject number. And these are done to hide the sensitive information about the patients, right, the patient name and also the hospital. And these are the demographic information of the patients. This is date of birth, so he'll write the here the clinician or doctor or CRA will record the date of birth of the patients, and then age unit, then they record the sex, ethnicity, and race, right? So they tick here and they scan these copy and send to the CRO or our data entry operator, and they, based on the filled information, they enter those data into the database. So this is the CRF. So let me move to the presentation. So this is eCRF. So eCRF is basically electronic case retrieval form. So instead of paper, they use laptop, tablet, or PTA personal device assistance or mobile phone to capture those informations. So the benefit of using eCRF is we'll directly feed the data into the database, and that will reduce the duration of final report generation, right? Because here in the case of paper CRF, we have to scan those papers and we have to send to the data entry operator. They enter the data into the database, and after that they will validate those database, and then we'll do the reporting and all, right? But once we use the eCRF, we directly feeding those information to the database and will generate the report in a real time. So after the eCRF, we have to annotate the eCRF, annotate the CRF, right? So let me show you the annotated CRF. This is the annotated CRF, right? So here we'll annotate all the information into a variable name, right? Into a small variable, right? So these are the variable names that will be reflected into the database, right? So why this is done? This is done basically we cannot write these many length of name, and also we cannot write spaces as a variable name. So some programming language, mostly all programming languages, will not take as space as a variable name. So these are few reasons why we use a short variable name instead of full text, right? So after the annotation, so role of the clinical R programmer is to create the SDTM dataset. So SDTM is a standard data tabulation model. So all the pharmaceutical industries have different way of capturing the data sets. Some write use subject ID, some write patient's ID, etc. Right? So what the clinical R programmer do? They use the CDISC guideline to harmonize the dataset and make the data into a tabular format, right? So that it will be consistent across different pharmaceutical company, right? So they create the SDTM datasets, right? And after that, they submit those SDTM datasets in defined XML packages to the FDA, right? And after the SDTM dataset creation, they also create the ADAM datasets, and those ADAM datasets are also submitted to the FDA or health authority or regulator. After the ADAM datasets, the clinical programmer create a TFL, table listing figure, and they also submit to the health authority. So the health authority here, health authority is FDA, right? So health authority will receive all the three informations, right? The first is SCTM in defined XML package, then second is ADAM datasets, and third is TFL. So they review all the three informations very carefully. So here a regulator will review all the information very thoroughly, and they also see the processes, whether all the processes has followed or not. And once they satisfy, they approve the drug, and then drug will come into the market for the general or public use. So now I'll move to the RStudio and show you how to create table listing figure, right? So let me open the RStudio first. Okay, so let me check the working directory first. Get WT, for that we'll write here get WT. Okay, so it is in C drive, but I have saved few datasets that is required here for the creation of table listing and figure, and I pasted those datasets in D drive. So I will set the working directory to the D drive, right? So let me do that. Okay, so let me paste here. Okay, so let me run with control enter. For running a code in R, we have to press here control enter, or we have to use this run button, right? So I will use this run button. Okay, perfect. So let me check once again, get WT. Perfect, so it is in D drive here. Okay, so now we'll import one Excel file. So for importing and clear the table first. So table are basically a tabular representation of the data, individual patients. Listings are just individual records, and figures are pictorial representations of the data. So first I'll create the table. I will import the Excel file here. So for importing Excel, we have to install one library here. For installing a library, we have to write install.packages, and for that, and in the parentheses, we have to write read Excel. So I have already installed this package. I will not install once again. So those who have not installed, they can use this command to install this read Excel package. I will directly call this package. So for calling, we have to write library, right? And in the parentheses, we have to write read Excel. Okay. And then we have to run with control enter. Okay. So this is fine. And I need few other packages also. That is deployer, and then table1 for table creation. Okay, so those who have not installed these packages, they can write install.packages, and here we have to write one by one all three packages, right? And after that, for calling those packages, we have to write here library. So this is for installing. Okay, calling package, right? So now I'll import the datasets, right? So for that, we have to write here read underscore Excel. Okay, and then we have to provide here the file name. And this file is XLS6 format, right? So we'll write here Excel, and then we'll save as a demo dataset, right? So this is fine. Let me check the demo. Perfect. You can see the dataset while clicking here in the environment section. See, these are the variables. Okay, so now we'll create the summary as well as the descriptive statistics, right? Mean, standard deviation, and then minimum maximum for the numeric variables. And I will create the count and percentage for the categorical variable, right? So the categorical variable here are race and sex, right? Because these are categories, and these are the actual numbers. So if you see here, all the numeric variable like weight underscore kg, incomes, height, and age girl. So now I'll see the structure of the dataset, right? So for that, we write here demo. We'll add str and replace here demo, right? So if you see, all the numeric variables like weight, age, and height, right? All are stored as a character, right? So we have to first change into numeric, and then we'll create the descriptive statistics. Okay, so let me do that. So demo1, demo, then pipe operator. This is the pipe operator, which allows to pass the result from one argument to another. So we'll see these in more detail in subsequent videos. So let me write here mutate. Mutate is for creating new variables, right? So I'll create here age underscore num as dot numeric. As dot numeric is a function which converts a character into a numeric format, right? So let me write here age underscore cal. So this is the variable. Okay, so let me check this data set. If you see, the age underscore num is right aligned, so all the variables that are left aligned, that are character type, right? And all the variables that are right aligned are numeric. If you see here, so it is giving column 12 numeric, right? So let me close this. Let me convert the other variables also in a numeric format, right? So weight wgt underscore num, right, as dot numeric. Easy. Okay, now write here comma, and then we'll write for other variables. So income as dot numeric, right here, and the last is height, gt underscore num as dot numeric, and we'll here write here HIG. Okay, perfect. Now we'll run this. Let me run this with control enter. Okay, let me check once again. Okay, all the variables are converted into numeric. Perfect. So now we'll use table function, table1. Then we have to use tilde, and we have to use specify here variable with plus symbol. The variable order we write here, it will appear in the same order in the table, right? So the first we'll write here 6. Let me extract all the variable name here. For extracting all the variable name, we'll write here call name and then variable name. Okay, so the first is 6sex in capital, and R is case sensitive, right? So we have to very cautious about the variable name, whether it is uppercase, lowercase, prop case. Okay, so after that we have to write a plus symbol, then race, and then after that we'll write here age underscore num. Okay, then plus symbol wgt underscore num plus inco underscore num income, right? And then we'll write here hgt underscore num. Okay, and then after we'll provide the dataset name. Data is demo1. Okay, so let me run this. Perfect. So if you see here, this is the table, right? So this is coming at one column is coming, overall is coming here, right? And in the same order it is coming. So let me, we have here treatment variable, treatment A, treatment B, and treatment C. So suppose we want column as treatment A, then treatment B, and then overall. So in that case, we'll provide treatment information here in the table, in table keyword, right? After assigning this all the variable, we have to write the vertical stroke, right? And then we'll write here the variable that we want in a column. So let me run this. Okay, so if you see earlier treatment overall was coming, now here will treatment A, treatment B, and overall, all three are coming. So suppose we wanted to rename overall as total. So what we can do, we can write here comma. So let me copy and paste. Let me copy this and paste here. Okay, so suppose we want to rename overall as total, right? So we can write here comma, then overall or is equal to total, and we have to provide this total in the double quote. Okay, so let me run this. See, total is coming. Perfect. And one thing here, if you see, the variable age underscore num is coming, right? So whatever the variable will provide it is coming here, and the no unit is coming here. So for that we have to provide here the label and the unit statement. So let me write. So label, then dataset name demo1, and then the variable name. So age underscore num. Okay, and then we'll write here age, right? Similarly we can write for other variables, right? Label demo1, then six is in uppercase, so we'll write here prop case or sentence case. Similarly we'll provide the unit as unit. We have to write here unit, and then we have to provide demo1, then age underscore num. So suppose here the unit of age is year, right? So we'll write here years. Let me run this one. Okay, so let me run the table. If you see, earlier age underscore num was coming, but now is years. The unit is also coming with the parentheses. Okay, so this is very handy function, right? So here, if you observe, here we have not provided anything for the percentage calculation for the categorical variable, right? So what it does, it uses the header count for the percentage calculation. So here it has used 72 as a denominator for the percentage calculation of all the categorical variable. Similarly, 170 for the treatment B, and similarly 242 for the total column. So we can modify this as well. So if we need the percentage in a different order, right, we can modify those in the code, right? So we'll see those example as well in the course. Perfect. So this is the table, right? This is the tabular representation of all the information what we have. I will see the figure. Okay, so for the figure we have simple command plot, right? And suppose we wanted to plot age and weight, right? So we'll write here age, we'll write here x demo 1 $ age, because we have to provide the data frame name, and then $ to extract the variable from a data frame, right? And then we have to write y equal to demo 1 and then weight. Okay, now let me run this with control enter. So variable name is not correct here, age underscore num. Okay, let me run this. Okay, if you see here, so this is the scatter plot. So by default it provides scatter plot. We can change also, right? So let me modify a little bit here. So we can write type is equal to L. So L for the line plot, right? So let me write here. So this is the line plot. Right? So similarly, we can write for other. So we can modify here the x-axis, y and all, right? So for that, if you wanted to write the x label, so here if you see demo, then $age underscore num is coming, right? So the x-axis is num, age variable, and the y-axis is weight. But this is not good representation, so let me rename here. So xlab, here we'll write xlab, right, is equal to age in years, right, and ylab is equal to weight. Kg. Okay, so let me run this. Oh, so comma is missing here, so let me run this. Okay, so if you see, this is updated. Suppose you wanted to write the title also for this plot, so we'll write here main age versus weight. Okay, here if you see age versus, so we can modify the title as per our requirement, right? We can write any name here. This is plot, and earlier we saw the table, right? So table and plots or figures are a bit sophisticated to create, right? So here the role and responsibility of the R programmer is to create table and figures, and also they have to create the listings. So listings are basically the individual patient's records. Sometimes we need to derive some variables, and just we have to report in the same order what we have in the data sets, right? So suppose here we have demo. So suppose we wanted to keep some variables. Suppose we wanted to report a specific variable. So we'll keep those variables and report as it is in RTF or PDF format. Sometimes the team needs in Excel format as well to apply the filter, right? So listing is very easy, but tables and figures are a bit more complex. Now I'll move to the slide. Okay, clinical R programmer generate table, listing and figure, and they'll submit to the FDA. The FDA or health authority review all the reports, right? LTM datasets and SDTM datasets, and once they satisfy that the drug is working, so they will approve the drug. Then the drug will come into the market for the public use. Okay, So this is the role and responsibility of the clinical R programmers. So they are involved in input in CRF designing. They also involved in annotation of the CRF. They are mainly involved in SDTM creation, ADAM dataset creations, and TFS creations. And they also need to provide some feedback to the trial protocol design stage, right? And CRF design stage, right? Okay. Now we'll move to the next slide. So CDISC is a non-profit organization. It is created in 1991, right, to harmonize the data and exchange or submission of clinical research data and metadata. So before the CDISC, so all the pharmaceutical companies had different standards of capturing the data, and they submit those data to the FDA, and they review the data sets, and it takes a whole lot of time and a whole lot of resource, right? They come up with a solution that we have to standardize the data in a specific order based on some rules, and then we have to submit the data to the health authority. So the clinical programmer role here is to create the STM datasets from the raw datasets, right? And once the STM dataset is created, then we'll submit those data to the health authority, right, for the approval. And after the creation of STM, some programmer will create the ADAM datasets. Sometimes the ADAM dataset is also created from the raw dataset itself. And these ADAM datasets are also submitted to the health authority. So here the job opportunity is enormous for the clinical R programmer. So they involve in all the stages, right? All the arrows. So creation from the raw datasets to the SDTM. So from SDTM to the packages, define XML packages, from SDTM to the ADAM, and from also the raw dataset to the ADAM creation, right? So what is SDTM? SDTM is standard data tabulation model, and these are created from the raw datasets. So based on the CDISC guideline, clinical R programmer will create the SDTM datasets. So these are just standard datasets across all the pharmaceutical industries, right? And these datasets are submitted to the FDA for the approval, right? So earlier what we are getting, so all the pharmaceutical company like Roche, Merck, Novartis, Pfizer, right, they submit their own standard, right? And in that case, the FDA needs a whole lot of time and resource to validate and to review those datasets. But now they are creating a one standard, right, and they submit to the FDA. So in that case, it is easier for FDA as well, and it is easier for pharmaceutical industries to get the approval in a very small span of time, right? So this is the benefit of creation of SDTM. Okay, now we'll see the potential of clinical R programming. As of August 2021, R is one of the top 5 programming languages of the year, right? So this is last year's survey, and it is favorite among the data analyst, research programmer, and also in clinical R programming domain. Okay, and it has huge presence in across the industries, right? Whether it is fintech, whether it is academic research, whether it is government like FDA, or weather forecasting services, retail marketing like Amazon or Flipkart, social media analysis, data journalism, manufacturing. So in manufacturing, they use for optimization of resources, and in healthcare, right, that we are looking in more detail in subsequent videos. And R is platform independent, right? So it runs on operating systems and also on the cloud. So here we don't need a very sophisticated laptop or system. That is why R is a very cost-effective software. And it has lots of packages. For example, R has more than 10,000 packages stored in CRAN. So CRAN is Central R Archive Network, right? So here we'll find all the packages for reporting, for data processing, for any other tasks. So there are many more packages, and we can modify those packages based on our need, right? And these are increasing very fast. And it has very great tools for statistics or statistical reporting, right? So there are various packages that make our life very easy while reporting the statistical analysis or while doing the statistical analysis. So it has Kaplan survival package for survival analysis that we use in subsequent videos. And it has also a few packages for mixed modeling or ANOVA or t-test or chi-square test. And it's very suited for machine learning and data visualization. For data visualization, we have ggplot2. And R is very powerful in data wrangling. So data wrangling is basically data processing or converting the unstructured or messy data into a structured data, right? So for that we have dplyr and tidyverse and many other packages as well. R has very huge presence in data processing domain as well. R is still growing, right? Thanks to its solid supportive community. They identify the bugs and they also resolve the bugs. We can also write our queries to the community. So they are very proactive. So we write your queries to them and they work on those parts and they try to resolve as soon as possible. Okay, so now we'll stop here. Thanks for your time. Hope you find this video useful. So please support us on our YouTube. If you wanted to learn more about this clinical R programming, please follow our YouTube channel. We'll provide more videos there. And if you wanted to join live courses, you can follow our website www.greatonlinetraining.com, or you can follow this number that is provided on the screen. And also, if you have any questions or doubt, you can write in the comment section so that we can reply in one business day. And if you have question related to your career growth or job opportunity, you can write also in the comment section. Hello viewers, welcome to Great Online Training. So this is second part of introductory video, designed for the beginners who wanted to start their career in clinical R programming. So in the last video we saw various topics like what is clinical R programming, the role and responsibility of the clinical R programmer, and also the career and job prospects in clinical R programming. Okay, so first we'll see what is R, then we'll see what is S, and then we'll see the philosophy of S. After that we'll move to the R and basic. We'll see the basic feature of R, and then we'll see the free software. What is the free software and type of free software, right? There are 4 types of free software, so we'll see these in a subsequent slide. And then we'll see design of our system, so infrastructure and type of packages, etc. We'll see the system in more detail. And at the end we'll see the limitation of, so there are few limitations and every programming language has some limitations, right? So R has also few limitations, so we'll see this part in the subsequent slide. So at the end we'll have question and answer session. Okay, so without further ado, let's move to the first part. So what is R? So R is a language and environment for statistical computing and graphics. So while designing R, so the main author or the person who has designed R, so they have view of creating R as a statistical tool or as a graphic tools. So it has very powerful tool, or it has great presence in the domain of statistical computing and data visualization. For statistical computing, we have various packages like rshiny, plotly, dplyr, data.table, tidyverse, etc. And for the graphics or data visualization, we have packages like ggplot2, latex, highchatter, leaflet, plotly, or rcolor and there are many more other packages also for the data visualization or graphics. And R generally comes with a command line interface. So command line interface is a text-based user interface used to run the program or manage the computer file or interact with the computer, right? So we usually open the console, and while writing up various lines of code, we can modify the data, we can interact with the computer software. Okay, so and also the R is available across all the platforms like Windows, Linux, or Mac OS. And R is 4th generation programming language, and it has very advanced tools like data visualization, machine learning, and other reporting activities. And R is a dialect of S. So R basically originates from S language. So S is a programming language prior to the R. Now we'll see what is S. So S is a language, programming language, and that was developed by John Chambers and others at the very famous Bell Laboratories. So we'll see various inventions there. So S was also originated in the same laboratories. And S was initiated in 1996 as an internal statistical analysis environment, and they are basically designed on a Fortran library. So Fortran is a programming language, and using that they design the S. So in 1998, the system was written in C. So whatever the Fortran library that they use earlier, so they again rewrite those code chunk of codes into a C. C is also a programming language, and what we see today, the S programming language, it is written in the C programming language. And after that, the John Chambers document those C script in the book, The Programming with Data. And also the fundamental of S language was not changed dramatically since the publication of the Green Book. So whatever the script or what is the fundamental thought process they considered earlier, so they kept in the same way. In 1998, S won the Association for Computing Machinery Software System award, and this is very prestigious award in the field of computer science. So now we'll move to the next slide. Now we'll see the philosophy of S. The philosophy of S is very much important to realize the particular user of R and SAS. So S is used to make the data analysis process easier. So it was not done for the hardcore programming, and it was mainly done for the data analysis and data visualization. And also R is derived from S language. R also has the similar features. So R is very good in data analysis and also in data visualization. And S is suitable for the interactive data analysis command line interface, and we can write long code as well. And as like S, R is very interactive. Now we'll move to R. I'll see the development and various phases of development in R. So first, so R was developed by Ross A. Haka and Robert Gentleman in 1991 in the Department of Statistics at the University of Auckland. And the first announcement was made in 1993. Ross and Robert documented their experiences in developing R in the paper Journal of Computational and Graphical Statistics in 1996. And in 1995, the Martin has made them. And in 1995, Martin convinced Robert and Ross to make R as a free software. So they convinced for the general public use first time in 1995. And in 1996, a public mailing list was created like R help and R develop. So R help is for the for receiving the help, and R develop for the developer. In 1997, the R core group was formed containing persons from S and S plus, because they are very familiar with the R because it was initial days, and currently the core group that was formed in 1997, they control the source code of R. Finally, in 2000, R version 1.0.0 was released to the public. Now we'll see the features of R. So R has very unique features as compared to the other programming languages. So we'll see these features one by one. So the first is, as R is derived from the S language, so we have very good similarity with S. So it has very similar functionality and similar layout. Okay, and it is also a user-friendly coding paradigm. And R runs on all platform and operating system, whether it is Mac, Linux, or Windows. And it has also presence on virtual cloud. And R runs on tablet, laptop, phones, personal device assistants. So we no need to buy a fancy laptop or desktop for running a R script. And it has very frequent release for various versions. So in that case, they try to fix the bugs and release the new version, so that R has very rich graphics capability. So we have here LaTeX, ggplot2, leaflet, plotly, etc. packages that can do very fancy and very sophisticated data visualization. And it has very good tools for the machine learning. So we have here MLR3, NIT-R, etc. Like S, R has maintained the original philosophy of interactive and powerful programming language. So it has command-like interface, as we discussed earlier, and we no need to learn hardcore coding to write R script. So it is like plain English language. So we can write our script and we can perform our task very easily. And R is still growing, so R keeps evolving and growing constantly, updating and upgrading various packages. So thanks to its solid and vibrant community, and we have more than 10,000 of packages. I'll show you those packages in a minute. So they try to update, they try to fix the bugs, and they also try to resolve the issue if we have any. They are very proactive and they try to resolve the issue if they find, and they also come up with the various packages in a regular interval of time. So we have two mail list, rhelp and rdevelop. So rhelp is for asking for any help, and rdevelop is for the developer mailing list. So that we can write our queries based on whether we are a developer stage or as a user stage. So we can raise our issues or queries, and they try to fix as soon as possible. So we have very vibrant and very supportive community here. It is a very good tool for statistics. So statistics are very big things today. So if we are doing the statistics and statistical analysis, so it has very good tools and various packages like survival, ggplot2, data.table, dplyr, tidy, shiny, neatar, etc. So we can do fancy statistical analysis using R. So in R, we can perform the data wrangling. So data wrangling is basically a data processing. We can process our data. We can change unstructured or messy data into a structured data. So for that, we have various packages like dplyr, tidyverse, etc. So we'll see those things in the course or maybe in subsequent video. So don't worry. So now we'll see the free software and the provisions of free software. So R is absolutely free as compared to the other statistical software, and this is the major advantages what we have. And the copyright of primary source code for R is held by R Foundation. So R Foundation is a body that has all the copyright for primary source code, and it is published under General Public License version 2.0. So according to Free Software Foundation, so Free Software Foundation is a non-profit organization founded by Richard Stallman on October 1985 to support the free software movement. They provide basically 4 types of freedom for the access of software or exchange of software. Okay, so let me show you one by one what are those 4 freedom. So the first is freedom to run the program for any purposes. So this is freedom 0. Now the freedom 1 is freedom to study how the program works and adapt it based on your need. Then the next is freedom to redistribute copies so that you can help the others. And the last freedom is freedom to improve and release your improvement to the public so that everyone benefits with your work. Now we'll move to the next slide. Now we'll see the design of our system. So primary system is available from the Comprehensive R Archive Network known as CRAN. So CRAN is a central repository that's supported by the R Foundation. So it contains all the packages, all the informations, the base code, source code, and various updates, right? So everything we can find in the CRAN. So let me show you the CRAN repository first. If you see the first one, Comprehensive R Archive Network. So let me open this. So this is the CRAN repository we have here. So here we can download those base R from here for the different operating system. So this is for the Linux, then we have for the Mac OS, then at the last we have for the Windows. So we'll see these installation and how we can download, how we can install in the next video. But for time being, I will show you the different sections of this repository. So here we'll see the definitions, what is R, what is CRAN, and submitting to the CRAN, how we'll submit our code to the CRAN, and various email addresses and policies. You can find the policy CRAN repository policies here. You can find the web form to submit our code. If you wanted to create some packages and wanted to submit to the CRAN, we can use this URL. We can use this link. And if you see here, there are various functions, right? So what is new? We can open here. So these are the announcement we can open, and we can see what are the new announcement what we have in R. So we can search here, the search button, we can type our keyword, and based on that it will search from this repository. And if you see the Now that we see the other part, other option, about R, here we can open the R home page. So this is the home page. Here we have various tweets, okay, and here we find blog, R blog, development page, about R, logo, okay, what is R, etc., conferences. Then we can have download for CRAN, right? So if I open the R journal, so here we'll find the various topics, history and brief description, then also the information and the associates, chief, editor-in-chief, executive editors. So these are the informations that we have here in the R journal. And also if you see the software sections, so we have here R source. If I click here, the R source arrive here in this page. So here we have various functions. So these are snapshots, what are the recent developments, recent patches, okay, and the official release here. Okay, so now we'll move to the packages. So this is the packages page. We can see the package based on tables of packages, or we can see the table of packages based on sorted by date of publications. So let me open this. So these are the packages. If you see here, there are various, very huge list here we have. So suppose I wanted to find read Excel. Okay, so this is the package, and here we'll see the functionality. So to read Excel file, so we can use this package, read Excel. And if you see, these are updated regularly. So we have here the recent packages. And also, if you wanted to search read Excel, so here we can see. And if you wanted to see the more detailed information about this package, we can click here, and it will show the whole lot of information. So the version, and it comes with R3.4 or the higher latest version. It has few imports, it has linked to this one, published date, then authors. These are the authors, we can reach out to them if we have some issue or if we have queries, and their license, URL, and here CRAN results. We can see the CRAN results as well. And if you see in the documentation sections, we have here the reference manual. We can download the reference of this package in the PDF format, or in the vignette section we can see the examples. So if I open this, so if it landed onto this page, and if you see, there are various examples. So we can run this code, and we can modify, and we can train ourselves using this code in a better way. Let me move to the original one, and here if you see the downloads, we can download in tar format, in zip format, and in different formats for the different OS. This is for the Mac OS, this is for the Windows, and these are the old source code here we can find in our Excel archive. And these are some other informations. So this is the package section of CRAN R repository. Similarly, we have here in the documentation sections, you can find. Similarly, in the documentation section, you can find the manuals, and these manuals are of three types. So R release is for the latest one, and R patch is after resolving few issues. So after resolving some bugs or something, so they publish under R patches. And R develop is for the R version that is still in development stage. So we have here three manuals. We can refer based on our requirement or based on our expertise, and we can see those manuals. Okay, so if I click the FAQ, so we have here various FAQ related to R. So if I click here, so these are various, what is R, what is the basic, R basic, what is R, and similar. So we can use this FAQ to train ourselves in a better way. Okay, so now we'll move to the slide. We just show the CRAN and CRAN repository and various functionality and various options there. Okay, so now we'll move to the next part. So CRAN has also add-on packages, so various add-on packages. So there are a few packages that are designed to extend the functionality of R, like dplyr, like tidyverse, like ggplot2, etc. So we'll see those packages in subsequent video or in the course, so no need to worry. So our system is divided into two conceptual parts. The first is base. So base is primarily our source code, so that is downloaded from the CRAN. After that, there are various add-on packages that are designed to extend the functionality of R. So those are come under everything else. So we'll see these things in the subsequent videos and in the course as well. So now we'll see the functionality of R. So functionality of R is divided into various packages. So first is base. So base is basic or primary code that we need to run R, and it contains the most fundamental functions. Okay. The other packages contained in the base system includes utils, stats, datasets, graphics, grid, etc. So these are various packages are designed to perform a specific task. Like stats is for the statistical analysis, utils is for importing files, similar graphic is for generating the data visualization, dataset is for the datasets, etc. So we'll see these packages in more detail in subsequent video and in the course as well. So there are also recommended packages. So these are high level packages basically designed for performing a specific task. Okay, like boot is for bootstrap, class is for the classification, cluster is, as name suggests, this is for the clustering analysis, foreign is for the importing various packages or various file into the R from the local drive or virtual machine or from the cloud. Lattice is for the data visualization. So similarly, survivor is for the survival analysis and etc. So we'll see other packages as well, and we'll see those packages in more detail in subsequent video or in the course. So apart from these recommended packages, there are various packages that are out there to perform a specific task, and they are also developed on the repository like GitHub and Bitbucket. So these are a virtual repository that contains the R code or also the Python and various packages, right? And we can utilize those packages based on our requirement. So every programming language have few limitations. So R is also have some limitations. So these are very minor limitations, but let's see what are those so that we become more aware and careful while doing the programming in R. So first is R is not efficient in handling large datasets. So the basic designing of R is, so it stores all the data into the RAM. So we'll see how much RAM required for a specific dataset in subsequent video. Okay, but it stores all the dataset what we need in the RAM. We need a laptop or system with a larger storage of RAM because it stores all the data into the RAM and then it does the processing or analysis. Okay, and the second is basic security. So R is free, so anyone can upload their packages without greater checks or without validations. So but R has some mechanism of doing those validations, but despite that there are some bugs that we usually found in the course of programming. So that makes R less secure as compared to the other software like SAS. But there are various development that is going on in this domain to make R as a comprehensive and more secure software. So there are various initiatives like all the pharmaceutical company and various organizations came forward to create some sort of consortium to look on the security aspects of the R. And not having customer support. So it has very vibrant and supportive community, but we don't have the customer support. So customer support is also very much required to get the things done in a faster manner. Okay, but there are also some initiatives from various industries or stakeholders to create some sort of customer support for R. And it is not efficient in working with the crowd. So because it stores all the data in the RAM, so we have to also specify the RAM based on our dataset size and based on our requirement. So if we have very large amount of datasets like big data of millions rows and columns, so in that case R find difficulties in loading and processing the data. And spreads across various packages. So there are various packages that are designed to do the specific task. So there are overlapping across the packages with respect to performing a specific task. Okay, and in that case, so we'll find some discrepancies if we do some sort of sophisticated analysis. various packages may give different results based on considerations and based on design. So we have to also very careful while choosing a particular package over the others, and we have to see the actual coding. But it has very unique things so that we can modify the actual code and we can see how they have designed a specific code to perform a particular task. And in that case, it has very good potential to modify based on our need. So this may be limitations or maybe advantages as well. So we have various packages that are designed based on different assumptions, so we can see those assumptions and we can modify those assumptions based on our requirement, or we can use a specific packages based on our assumptions as well. So these may be some sort of limitations or maybe can be considered as advantages as well. Okay, so now I'll stop here. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your time. Hope you find this video useful. Please support us on YouTube, and if you wanted to know more about this course, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you wanted to learn more about this clinical R programming course, you can visit our website www.createonlinetraining.com. and if you have any questions, you can write in the chat box and we'll reply in one business day. And for live training, you can visit our website www.createonlinetraining.com, or you can follow the numbers that are popping on the screen. So thank you everyone. Thank you for your time. See you in the next video. Hello viewers, welcome to Great Online Training. So this is third part of the introductory video designed for the beginners who wanted to start their career in clinical R programming. So in the last video, we saw various topics like what is R, basic features of R, then free software, and what are the various provisions of free software, the design of our system, and at the end we saw various limitations of R. So in this video we'll cover some more topic. So if you wanted to get a basic idea on clinical R programming, so please continue watching this video. So first is getting started with R. So here I will guide you how to install R console in your system and how to download, what are the different windows, the interface of R we'll see after that. At the end, we'll see integrated development environment for R, that is R Studio, and the installation of R Studio and different windows, and how we'll write the code, how we'll execute those code in R Studio, because R Studio is very useful while writing and executing the code. So we'll see each and every topic one by one. Okay, so here we'll type CRAN, same website that we saw yesterday. So this is comprehensive R archive network. So here you will see download and install R. Okay, so here download R for Linux, then Mac, and then at the end if you see download R for Windows. So I'm using here Windows, so now I'll use this button to download R. Okay, so if you see, so if you're downloading R first time, so click here. Okay, and this is the latest version. Here if you see, I'm using 64-bit, so I will click here. Okay, so it will take some time, and then we'll install this R into our system. Perfect, so it is completed. Now I'll open here. Okay, so if you see here, so I'll choose English. If you see here, there are various information regarding the general public license. So if you want, you can read these informations. Now I'll click here the next button. Okay, so now I'll click here that this is the location where R will be installed. Okay, so now let's press the next button. So these are the information: main file, 64-bit file, and message translation. These are the file size. So we need at least 160.2 MB space in the disk. Okay, so I have the space, no issue. So let's press the next button. Okay, so we wanted to install the default R, no need to customize. So now I'll press here next button. Okay, so now I'll press the next button. So now I'll press here next. It is installing into the C drive. Okay, so now we'll wait here for a couple of seconds. Okay, perfect. So it is completed. Now I'll show you here in the desktop. So you'll see here we have the icon. So let me open R. Okay, so this is the R console. So you'll write here code 2 plus 6, and then we have to, for execution, we have to press enter here. Okay, and similarly we can open the R script. Here we can write a script, right? And accordingly it will, and if you run this script, so it will send to the R console for the execution. So here we don't have any default window for the plot. So let me create one plot here. So x1 to 4. Okay, so let me create the y 2 to 5. Okay, so now we'll create plot x, y. By default we don't have here the plot window, so if we create the plot here, let me run this. So in that case the plot window will pop up with the plot, right? So we can modify here the x label, y label, right? So if we open the R, so our graphic user interface, so we'll first find the R console, right, as a default window, and then you can open the R script and other code here. So here if you see, if you wanted to save this history, so you can save here. If you wanted to open the previous written script, you can use this window and select the script which you have written earlier and wanted to open this time, so you can use this function. We have other options here, edit, view, miscellaneous, right? So here we have different windows, different functions. Similarly we have packages here. We can load packages with using this symbol, load packages, or we can write install.packages as well. So we'll see those examples in the video. Okay, and we can see the windows here. We can cascade, we can spread the window horizontally, vertically, right? At the end we have help option here, the console, FAQ on R, and FAQ on Windows manual, right? So we can see these options if we need. Okay, so this is our graphic user interface and the different windows of R. So this is our graphic user interface and different windows of R. Now I'll move to the web and I'll install RStudio for you. Okay, so now I'll guide you how to download RStudio. So let me write here RStudio download. Okay, so let me open this. Okay, so if you see the first one, download the RStudio IDE. IDE, the integrated development environment. So let me click here. This is the official website of RStudio. Okay, so if you go there, these are the vision and the teams. So here we have different informations like RStudio desktop, RStudio desktop version. So RStudio desktop is free here if you see, and the desktop pro version is not free. So similarly RStudio server is free and RStudio workbench is a commercial software. You'll see here the prices. So these are various informations. Let me move to the bottom of the page. Okay, so if you see here RStudio desktop version, before installing the RStudio you have to install R first. Okay, so I have already installed R here, right? So now we'll directly move to installing. So for that you have to just download this. So let me click here. This is for all version of Windows. If you see Windows 10 and Windows 11 64-bit. Okay, so here if you see, so it may take a few seconds. Perfect, so download is complete. Let me open this. Okay, so Windows setup, the usual Windows setup here we have. Okay, so now we'll click to the next. Okay, so it is providing the location. So these are the various things that it will install. Let me install those. You can see here, so you can see various files that is getting extracted and installing in your system. Okay, so it may take some time, so let's wait here. Okay, so the installation is complete. Let's finish and then open RStudio. Let me write here RStudio. Perfect. So RStudio is the integrated development environment used to run R script okay, and it is established in 2011. So initial release of RStudio was in 2011. This RStudio is written in JavaScript and C++. It works on all operating systems like Ubuntu, Red Hat, Linux, and others. So this is RStudio. So here we have 4 windows. So the first is source or editor. This is where you write your code. This is the second is console, terminal, or background job. So this is where your code from the source is evaluated by R, and you can also use the console to perform quick calculation that you don't need to save. Okay. So if you see the top right, so here we have environment, history, connection, and tutorials. So this is the window where this is environment, history. If you see the top right, so here we have environment, history, connection, tutorials. Okay, so what the code and what. So here you can see the object what you create in working with R, right? So whatever the variable or data set will create here in editor, it will appear in the environment section. Okay, and if you see the right bottom hand side, here we have files. Here we have files, plot, packages, help, viewer, and presentations. So here you'll see the files directory. So if you see the different files, okay, the plot, whatever the plot will create here, it will appear here as a different file format, right? PNG or images, and you'll see various packages. You can read while clicking here. Suppose you click here. So these are the packages, various functions, various keywords. So this is the help page. So we'll see various keywords and what are the meaning of those. Okay, so we'll read here while clicking on a specific keyword. Okay, so this helps you to navigate and learn our studio in a better way. So this we saw all 4 windows, and this makes our programming with R smooth. Okay, so hassle-free programming we can do. We can see the variable created or dataset. We can show all the dataset that is created in environment sections. We can download those packages. We can see the plot, and we also see the files. And these environment and files windows were not there in the R, right? So most people prefer this environment and this file window, plot, and packages windows were not there in the R. Okay, so this makes our programming experience smooth. So that's why most people use RStudio over R. Okay, so now I'll stop here. So this was the very short video. This was mainly designed for installing and okay, so now I'll stop here. So this video was designed just for installation and different layout, right, of R and RStudio. So now I'll stop here. So hope you found this video useful. So please post your question if you have any in installation of R or RStudio. And if you like this video, you can support us on YouTube, or you can also follow our YouTube channel for more video. And if you are still interested to know more about the course, you can follow our website www.createonlinetraining.com. and if you have any questions and doubt, you can raise your questions in the comment section. And if you have questions related to the career and job opportunity, you can also write in the comment section. We'll reply as soon as possible. And for live training details and to enroll free demonstrations sessions, so please visit our website createonlinetraining.com. and you can also follow this number that are popping on the screens. So I wish you will enroll yourself in the course and grab the enormous opportunity out there. So thank you everyone. Thank you for your time, and see you in the next video. Hello viewers, welcome to Create Online Training. So this is 4th part of the introductory video designed for the beginners who wanted to start their career in clinical R programming. So in the last video we saw how to install R terminal, and different windows of R, and we also saw how to write code in R. And after that we installed RStudio, that is graphical user interface for R, and we saw different windows there, and we saw also how to write code and how to execute the code in RStudio. So in today's video we'll see some more topics related to the clinical R programming. So if you wanted to get a basic idea on clinical R programming, please continue watching this video. So first here we'll see entering of input, and then we'll move to the evaluations. So we'll enter some variables, we'll create some variables, we'll evaluate, we'll print, we'll do some mathematical operation, we'll do some logical operations here, and after that we'll see R objects. So R have basically 5 types of atomic object, and we'll see those one by one with examples. And then we'll see the numbers, how R stores a particular number, how it performs the mathematical operations on numbers. And then we'll see the attributes. So attributes are basically the characteristics of our object, and we'll see those objects in a subsequent slides. And at the end we'll create vectors. So vectors are also various types of character, numeric, so there are logical, there are complex vectors. So we'll create vectors, we'll also extract the vectors, we'll do some mathematical operations on the vectors, we'll do subsetting of vectors. So without further ado, let's move to the RStudio. I'll see this topic one by one. Perfect. So this is RStudio. So in the previous video we also saw this RStudio layout. So here we have 4 windows. So the first is editor, and in the bottom hand side we have console here, and if you see the top right hand side, so this is environment, history, connection, and tutorials. So whatever the variable will create here, it will save in the environment, and at the bottom of the right hand side here we have files, plots, packages, help. So this is another window. So here total we have 4 windows. So in editor we'll write the code, and once we execute that line of code, it will send to the console for the execution, and at the same time it stores the value in the environment section. Okay, so first we'll see entering input. So before moving to the entering input, we'll see the nomenclatures of our variables, right? Because we'll create the variables and we have to follow some rules. So these are the following rules that we need to follow, right? So names, so valid variables names consist of alphabets or numbers or dot, right? So you can write the variables name as, so var dot one underscore, this is valid variable name. Okay, then the second rule is, apart from the dot and underscores, no other special character is allowed, right? So var $1, that is invalid nomenclature, and also var #1 is also not a valid nomenclature for the variables. And after that, the variables can start with alphabets or dot character. So you can write .var, okay, or you can write var. So this is valid nomenclature. And variables should not start with a number or underscore. So here to var, this is not valid, and also underscore var is also not a valid nomenclature. And if the variable starts with a dot, the next thing after the dot cannot be a number, right? So suppose you are starting the variable name with dot, so you cannot write 3 here, right? So this is not a valid nomenclature, but you can write dot alphabet, right? So that is acceptable. So you can write dot var, so that is perfect, but dot 3 var is not allowed because you are writing here 3, that is number, after the dot sign. Now we'll see the assignment operator. So in R we are having 2 types. So in R we have 2 types of assignment operator. So the first is left assignment operator. So here we have this left less than symbol, then hyphen, and then we have 2 less symbol, and then hyphen, and then we have equal. Okay, so these 3 are considered as the left assignment. So why this is left assignment? Because if you see, the arrow is pointing to the left hand side. Now we have right assignment operator. So here we have hyphen and then greater than sign. So we have hyphen and then 2 greater than sign. Okay, so here we have total 5 assignment operator. So 3 are left assignment operator right here, and there are 2 right assignment operator. So we'll first see the left assignment operator. So these are represented with less than symbol and hyphen. So this may be local or global. So whatever the value it has on the right hand side, it assigns the value to the object that is there in the left hand side. Okay, and this may be local or global, so based on the function. So if we assign this assignment operator within the function, so it has local coverage. Okay, but outside the function it has global coverage. So now we'll see the example of left assignment operator. Okay, so let me create here x, then this left assignment operator, and then 4. Okay, so what it does, so whatever the value we have on the right hand side of the assignment operator, it stores that value to the left object. Okay, so left is the variable name. Okay, so it stores 4 to x. So let me run this. For running the R script, you can use this run button. Okay, or you can use control and enter. So for using the control and enter, you have to place the cursor to the specific lineup, and then you have to press the control and enter. Okay, so if you see, once I press the control enter, so it sends this line of code to the R console here, right? And at the same time, it created a variable in the environment that has value 4. Okay, so this is the way how R works. Okay, let me print here the x. Perfect. So if you see here, so the value of x is 4, right? And if you also observe, there is one symbol, the big bracket with 1, right? R stores all the objects in a vector format, right? And this is the first element of the variable x. So that's why we are having big bracket and then 1 symbol. Okay, so now we'll see the right assignment operator. So you have to write here hyphen, then greater than symbol. So this can also be locally or global based on the requirement, right? So if you specify this right assignment operator in the function, so it has local coverage, or outside the function it has global coverage. Okay, so what it does, it saves or it stores the whatever the value we have here in the left hand side to the right object. Okay, so let me write here. Suppose I create 5. Okay, and I'll store here right hand operator to y. So whatever the value we have here on the left hand side of the operator, so it stores the value into y. Let me run this with control enter. Perfect. So let me check y. Perfect. So this is the way how right hand operator works. Now we'll see the global operator. A, right? So it has created A here 3. I will create the right hand global operator. So let me save here. And maybe we'll create B. Okay, let me run this. Okay, so B is also created here in the environment section. And you can also create the variable with equal symbol, right? So suppose I create C equal 8. Okay, C is also created here. Perfect. So these are the assignment operator. So if you see, we have specified, we have used the local as well as the global operator, but all created in the global environment. If you see, this is the global environment because we are using these all operators outside the function, right? Now I'll show you one example how it works within the function. Okay, let me write here one function. So I'll create one function to add 2 numbers. So let me create my underscore function. Okay, so for creating function, we'll write your function keyword and then parentheses. Okay, and then we have start the function with curly braces. So here I'll create 2 variables. So x val. Okay, this is I'm defining here local operator, local left hand operator, right? I'm storing here 3. Perfect. Now I'll define the global operator, global left hand operator here. You can use the left hand and right hand, any operator here, right? So I'll save here 2 Okay, now I'll use some function x underscore val comma y underscore val. Perfect. So now I'll run this. Okay, so no error. I will call this function. For calling this function, we have to just write the function name, myfunc. Okay, let me run this. Perfect. So if you see, it has provided the result as 5, because if we add 3 and 2, it gives 5. Okay, so now I'll extract the x value. Okay, x value. So it is giving an error that our object x underscore val is not found, right? And you can also observe in the global environment x underscore val is not there, right? Let me check the y underscore val. We run this. Okay, so y underscore val is there. Why? Because we have specified here y as a global operator, but x is specified as local operator. And also whatever the value we have in here in the functions, that has local coverage unless until we specify as a global. Okay, so here we have specified y as a global, but x we have specified as a local. That's why x is not coming here, but y is available. And you can also see in the global environment x underscore val is not there, but y underscore val is present. Okay, so let me change here. Let me make it global. Now if you observe here, so once I run this line of code, the x underscore val will appear here in the global environment. So this is the global environment. So let me run this. Okay, so if you see, okay, so x underscore val is also coming here. Perfect. So this is the way how global and local assignment operator works. Okay, so assignment can also be done using this function assign. Okay, and suppose I wanted to assign 4 to the variable x, so we'll write here assign, then the variable in a double quote, and then we'll specify the value after the comma. Okay, so let me run this. Let me check x. Okay, so x has 4, so let me assign the other thing. Let me assign 5 to y, so we'll have to provide y in parentheses, right? We can write single quote or double quote, anything. Suppose I wanted to assign 1 here, so let me run this. Perfect. So y has 1, and I will create character variable here. So let me use this, then name, right, and I'll create Naidu. Okay, let me run this. Perfect. I'll call name. Similarly, we can assign complex and anything. So where, but you have to provide the variable name in double quote. Okay, suppose I wanted to assign the complex, so 2 plus 3i, where. Okay, so it is coming. Similarly, we'll assign the other variables as well. Okay, so now we'll move to the evaluation part. So evaluation is basically evaluating the line of code in R. Once the complete expression is entered into the console, so it evaluates and result is appeared in the console as well as in the environment section. Okay, so these are the evaluation. Okay, so let me create one variable here, x is equal to 4. So for that you can write x, then this left hand assignment operator, and in R, so left assignment operator is advisable to use. So instead of equal, you are advised to use left assignment operator, right? So let me create here x. Okay, so let me print. So if you are using x without any print command, so these are called auto printing. Okay, so let me use this x. So it is providing the value of x. So this is called auto printing. So here we can use print operator and then the variable name in the parentheses. Here we are using the print operator to print particular variables. Okay, so these are called explicit printing. So let me let me run this with control enter. Perfect. Now we'll create one character variable, right? So for creating character variable, we'll place the character within a double quote or a single quote, right? So you can use any quote, no problem. So let me run this with control enter. Okay. So for auto printing, we'll just provide the variable name and then run with control enter. Okay. So this is the result. Let me use the explicit printing. Perfect. Now we'll create the sequence. For creating a sequence, we can use this colon function here. We'll call an operator here in the R, right? So what it does, it starts the number from 10 and then 11, then 12. So after the increment of 1, so it stores from 10 to 28, right? So let me run this. Okay, so let me run the X. Perfect. So if you see here, suppose I wanted to create one variable y and I wanted to store from 1 to 8, right? So we can write here 1 colon 8. Perfect. Let me print y. Okay, here if you see, so it starts from 1 and after the increment of 1, it stores all the number up to the last number what we are providing here, and it stores all the number in a vector format, right? And the first element of this vector is 1, then the second element is 2, and then 3 is the third element, right? Okay, so let me create the other one. Let me create y as 4 to 8. Okay, let me run this y. Okay, and one thing you observe here, I am creating this y here, the same variable name I am creating here as well. So what it does, it replaces the previous one. Okay, so if you see here y, it is having the integer value from 4 to 8, right? So earlier I created 1 to 8, now I have created the 4 to 8, so it stores the latest one and it removes the previous one. Okay, the old one. Alright, so let me run this. Okay, here you will see it stores all the values in a vector format, right? The first element is 4, then 5, then 6, then 7 and 8. Okay, so the first element is 4, the second element is 5, third element is 6, fourth element is 7, and then fifth element is 8, right? So suppose I wanted to extract the third element, right? So how we'll do, we'll write here the variable name, then big bracket, and here we'll put 3. Let me run this. Okay, so if you see, the third element was 6, so it is also giving 6 here. Suppose I wanted to extract the fourth element, so he'll write 4. Let me run this. So it has provided 7 because the fourth element is 7. So the big bracket with number in between is used to extract the particular element from a vector. Okay, and it also works with character as well as the numeric. Okay, so I will create the sequence of alphabet letters. Okay, so for that we have one function here, letters. So if you wanted to create the low case or smaller case, small letters, so you can write letters in small letters. So it will create a letter from A to Z in small letters, okay, or low case. And if you wanted to create a sequence of alphabet character from A to Z in capital letters, so in that case you will write letters in a capital letter. Okay, so let me create here. Okay, so I just wanted to create letters from 1 to 13, right? Let me print. Okay, so here if you see, it has printed all the letters from A to M. So M is the 13th one, right? Suppose I wanted to extract the third element of this my sequence variable. So what we'll do, we'll write here my sequence, the variable name. Okay, and then big bracket, and in big bracket we'll write here 3. Okay, so what it does, it extracts the third element of this vector my underscore seq, seq. Let me run this. Okay, so it has extracted C here. Perfect. Suppose I wanted to extract the 11th one, so we'll write here 11. So k is the 11th one, then 12, and then 13. Okay. So similarly, this way you can extract the integer, you can extract the numeric, you can extract any part. So here we have to just provide the variable name or vector name, right? And in the parentheses, in the big bracket, we have to specify the index. So index is the placeholder of a character that you want. Okay, perfect. I will use this later function here, and I'll do the sampling, right? So suppose I wanted to sample 10 letters out of 26. So for that you can use the sample function here, and we'll write here letters. So letters just create a string of alphabet in a smaller letter, right? And I'll sample 10 out of that. The replace is equal to true. So every time it samples, it put back the chosen sample to the original one, and then it again draw the sample, right? So with replacement, in that case, it puts the picked one to the original box, and then it select once again, right? And without replacement, it doesn't do in that way. So suppose in case of with replacement, suppose A appears on the first sample. So what it does, after the selection of A, it puts A into the box, and again it selects from the box. Okay, but without replacement, it doesn't do that. Suppose in case of without replacement, B is selected, right? In that case, B is not put to the original box for the next sampling, right? So without replacement, we no need to put the selected sample to the original box from where we are sampling. Okay, these are the basic differences in with replacement sampling or without replacement sampling. Okay, so let me run that. So in the case of with replacement, so there may be chances that one letter may appear more than one. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, so if you see, I have just run the with replacement sampling. Okay, so if you see, R is appearing twice. Okay, so in case of with replacement, one number or one box, one pebble, and one ball may appears more than once, right? But in case of without replacement, we don't see that pattern. So in case of without, I use the X, right? So X has number from 20 to 28, right? And I have used without replacements. So in that case, none of them are repeated. Okay, so we can use here later as well. So let me use later. Okay, so let me run this. Perfect. So if you observe here, none of the letters has occurred twice, right? Because we are using here without replacement. So by default it uses without replacement. So by default it uses replace is equal to false, right? Let me run this once again. So it does in the same way. So none of the letters have occurred twice, right? Because by default it is doing without replacement sample. Perfect. So now we move to the object. So R has five basic or atomic classes of object. Objects are basically a data type to perform various functions. So these are basically character. So then numeric. So numeric or real number, right? Then we have integer. Okay. And then we have logical objects, and at the end we'll have complex object. Okay, so now we'll see one by one. So first we'll see the character. So character is stored in a double quote, right? We already saw in the above example. Perfect. So now I'll print this. Let me run this. So this is X is having value A, right? So for checking the class of objects, right, we'll use the function class, and in the parentheses we have to provide the variable, right? So let me run this. So it has, okay, so it has character. Perfect. And if you wanted to see the data type of X, so we'll use the function mode. Okay, so mode class will provide here class of the atomic object. Okay, and mode will provide the data type. So in most of the cases, these two are basically the same. But in case of numeric, so because numeric atomic class, we have two basic atomic class. So one is real number and the other is integer. So in that case, class and mode will give different result, but other than that, it provides the same result. Okay, let me create the numeric. So for creating numeric, we'll just write here the variable, right? And after the left assignment, we'll provide the number. Okay, so let me run this. Let me check the class. Perfect. So this is numeric type. Okay, so str is also used to check the structure of the data, or it also provides the same thing. Okay, so now we'll use the mod. Perfect. So this is also giving the same thing, numeric. Okay, and if you use the type of, so in that case it provides the atomic object. So type of x, so in that case it provides the double. So double means it stores x as a real number, right, with double precision. That's why it is showing here double. Perfect. So now we'll create the integer. So for creating integer, we'll write here capital L after the number. Okay, so suppose I wanted to create 4 as an integer. So in that case, we'll write here the variable name, then this left assignment operator, and after that we'll provide the number and then capital L. Okay, let me run this. Let me print this. Okay, so this is 4. So in both cases, in case of real number or in case of integer, so while seeing you cannot distinguish, right? But if you see the type of, so if you run the class, so class provides the integer. Okay, and if you run the mod, it provides as numeric. Perfect. Now we'll create the logical atomic object. Okay, so logical here are true or false. So these are binary objects, right? So suppose I create x is equal to x left assignment false, right? So let me create this. Let me print this. Okay, let me check the class. Here it provides the logical. Now we'll run the mod. Here also logical. So in most of the cases, class and mod provide the same result. Okay, so let me create x as true. Okay, so now print here. Perfect. Now I'll check the class. Perfect. Now we'll check the data type. So it is also logical, right? Now we'll create the complex. So complex are basically a type of number which contains the real part as well as the imaginary part. Okay, so whatever the number we have here with I, so these are imaginary part, and the number without I is real part. Okay, so let me run this. So I am creating 4 as real part, 4 as a real part, and 3 as a imaginary part. Okay, so let me run this. Perfect. Let me print. Let me check the class. Perfect. So this is complex, right? Because we have created here the imaginary as well as the real part. Okay, let me check the data type with mod function. So this is complex. Okay, now we'll see the data type. So data type in programming is a classification that specifies which type of value a variable has and what type of mathematical or relational or logical operator we can perform without having error. Okay, so R has basically 4 types of data type. So first is character, then we have numeric here. So numeric contains real as well as the integer part. Okay, so real is also called as double. We already saw the above. Okay, and then we have logical. Okay, true or false, and then at the end we have complex data type. Okay, so let me show you one by one. Let me run this. Okay, so let me check the mod of x. So this is character data type. So let me create here the integer with L. So let me check the mod of, so this is numeric, the type of x, so this is integer. Okay, so let me create the double. So here we will not provide capital L at the end. Let me run this. Okay, so let me check the data type. Okay, this is numeric. Let me check the class. Okay, so this is double. Perfect. Now I'll create the logical operator here. So let me create here. Perfect. Let me print. This is false. Let me check the data type with mod function. So this is logical. Okay. I will create the true. Okay, and I'll store in X. Okay, so let me print here. Perfect. Now I'll check the data type of X. So this is also logical. Now we'll create the complex. Okay, let me print here. Let me check the data type of X. So these are complex. So for simplicity, I have used the same variable every time, right? So that we don't have the whole list of variables here in the global environment, right? You can use the different variable name as well. Okay. Now we'll move to the number. So here we'll see how R treats number, right, and how it performs the mathematical operations. Okay, so R basically saves all the numbers in double precision real number, right? If we are not providing capital L at the end, right? So if we specify capital L at the end, so in that case it stores as an integer. Other than that, it stores all the number in a double precision, that is real number. Okay, so let me create here the integer. The type of A is integer. Let me check the data type. Okay, so this is numeric. Let me check the class. So this is integer. Okay, let me create here the real number. Okay, so I'll write here A. Perfect. So let me check the data type of A. So this is double, right? So earlier it was integer. Perfect. And R has very unique features. So it also stores infinite number, right? So suppose I'll divide 1 with 0. So in that case, the result will be infinite and it stores that. So it is very unique as compared to the SAS and other software which doesn't stores infinite in the evaluation or in the mathematical operations, right? So suppose I divide 1 with 0. So in that case, we'll get infinite, right? And suppose I'll divide 1 with infinite. So in that case, we'll get 0. Okay, so infinite is very huge number, and if you divide 1 with a very huge number, you get 0 or near about 0. Okay, suppose I divide 0 by 0, so this is indeterminate form if you see it in the pure mathematical term, right? So in that case, it won't give anything, so it gives NaN, right? So that is not a number. Okay, perfect. So now we'll see how to create vectors. So here vectors are basically an element which shares the same data type, right? So a sequence of elements that have having same data type. Okay, so earlier we saw there are 5 types of data type. Okay, so we'll create vector one by one of each data type, and we'll see different way of creating vectors, and we'll do some mathematical operations at the end. Okay, perfect. So let me create here. Vector can be created with the function vector, and in the parentheses we have to provide the type of data type of the vector, right? So suppose I wanted to create character, so here we have to write character and the length, how much length you want for a vector, right? So we'll write here 5, 10 or anything, right? So let me create here. Perfect. So it creates a blank vector, okay, with length as 5. Okay, so this vector statement is used to create blank vector of a different data type, right? So if you write here character, so it creates a blank character vector of a specific length. Okay, so let me create the numeric vector. Okay, so it has created null numeric vector of length 5. Okay, so let me create the complex. So here we have to write complex. Let me run this. Okay, so here if you see, it has created a null complex vector as well with 5 element, because we are here providing the length as 5. Suppose I write here 10. So in that case, it creates a null complex vector of length 10. Okay, if you see here we have 10, right? Similarly, we can create null a logical vector with, here we have to provide logical operator, we have to write here logical, and then we have to specify the length. Let me run this. Okay, so it has created the logical null vector of length 5. Similarly, we can create the integer. Let me run this. Perfect. So it has created the null integer vector of length 5. So this vector statement, vector function is used to create the null vector of a specific type. So type you have to provide in the double quote, and after that, after the double quote, you have to write the comma, and then we have to specify the length, right? So if you wanted to create character, so you can write here character, and after the comma, I will provide the length, then numeric, complex, logical, and integer. Similarly, you can create all of these types with a different type of length, right? So numeric vector can also be created with this column. Okay, suppose I wanted to create 1 to 8, so I'll write here 1 colon 8, and I'll store here in X. Let me run this. Perfect. Let me print. Okay, so here if you see 1 to 8, and you can extract the particular element that I just showed. So we'll write here 3 of 3, right? So now I'll create vector with combine operators, right? So C and then parentheses. This is combine operator. So this is also used to create vector. Okay, so now we'll create the vector of real number. Okay, let me run this. Let me print X. Okay, so this is perfect here. Okay, I will create the integer. So for creating integer, we have to place capital N to all the numbers, right? We run this. Okay, so let me print N. Okay, so let me check the class of X and S. Okay, so this is numeric. Okay, so let me check the class of N. This should be integer. Perfect. Now we'll create the character here, right? So now we'll print here Y. Then we'll see the class of Y. These are character. Now we'll create the complex. So let me create the vector of complex. So let here C, then 1 plus 2i, 3 plus 1i, 5 plus 4i. Okay, let me run this. Okay, so this is a vector of complex type. So let me check the class. Okay, so this is complex type. Okay, now I'll create the logical vector. So it is already there. Let me run this. Let me print K. Perfect. Let me check the class of K. Okay, so this is logical. Perfect. Okay, so now I'll create here X. I'll create ID. Okay, so I'll create 1 2 5 2 3 4 5. Perfect. And I'll create names, 5 names here in Y. Okay, so first is Anil, then Naidu, then Andrew, then Zia, then Roy. Okay, so let me run this. Perfect. Y, and then we'll create the data frame. So data frame basically a tabular representations of data, right? So here we are using X and Y. So data frame, so I'll discuss in a subsequent video more detail what about the data frame and different characteristics of data frame. But for a time being, I'll creating one data frame, simple data frame here for using in the attributes, right? So for the data frame creation, we'll write here data.frame and we'll here pass the variable, right? So and these two variables must be having same length, right? So if you see the length of X is 5 and also the length of Y is 5. Okay, so data frame is created only when we have a two vector having the same length. Okay, so let me create this with control enter. Okay, so let me check here. Let me print. Okay, so this is the data frame that I created. So perfect. So now we'll move to attributes. So attributes basically are metadata of the R object, or it gets all the characteristics of the data, or the characteristics like names, dimension names, class, length, label, comments, etc. Right? So these are basically a metadata what R stores for each and every objects. Okay. So for atomic object, we don't have any attributes, right? So because these are basic one. But for higher maybe data frame or data sets, we have some attributes there. Okay, so we'll see one by one. So first we'll see the name. So here I have created one data frame for that purposes. So let me check the names. Okay, so what it does, so the function name here, it extracts the variable name of a data frame, right? So here extract variable name. So as the name suggests, right? Let me run the team name. So it extracts the dimensions, right? So if you run this, it extract what are the element of X and the variable names, right? Similarly, we have the class, right? It extracts the class of the variable or the data frame D. So class of D is, because D is of data frame type, that's why it is providing class as a data dot frame. So similarly, we have labels. So because we have not specified any label here for the D, right? So let me create here one vector and then we'll use this label statement there. Okay, so let me create data underscore vector. So here we have different names, right? Let me create this. And now we'll specify the labels of each element, right? So for that we'll write here labels and the data, then the variable name, and then we'll write the label with combine operator. Okay, so let me run this. Perfect. So let me check the label. So these are the label. Perfect. These are the labels that we have just provided. Let me run the vector. Okay, so if you run the vector, it provides the individual, it provides the element, right? And at the end it provides the labels. So these are the labels. So these label functions are very handy when we have a large data sets and the variable names are written in a short format, right? Suppose age is written as AGE, right? So lab parameter, suppose HbA1c is written on HbC. So in the first instance you cannot guess what HbC means, right? But if you provide the label, so in that case you will understand what HbC means, right? Similarly for other variables. So these functions this label keyword is very useful when we have a large data sets and the variables are stored in a shorthand format, right? In that case label is very useful. Similarly, we have comments, right? We can create comments in the data, right? So team is also another attributes. So these are used to check the dimension of the attributes, right? So here I have created X and it has 5 elements. So let me run this. So it doesn't provide anything for the atomic objects, but if I write here the X, write here the data frame name D. So in that case, it provides the dimension. So it has 5 rows and 2 variables. The first, it provides the number of elements, right? Number of rows, and at the second element, it provides as the number of variables, right? The class. So if I show you the D, if you see here we have 5 rows, right? 5 element, and it has 2 variables. If you see the second element, that is 2, is for the variable, that is x and y, and 5 is for the element, number of rows. Okay, let me check the length of x. Okay, so in x it returns the number of elements in the vector, right? So x, if we open the x here, so it has 1 to 5, that's why it is giving 5. So these are the attributes. Okay, similarly we can check the length of y. Perfect. Similarly we can check the length of D. So D is the data frame, right? So if we use the length function on the data frame, so in that case it returns the number of columns, right? Number of columns or number of variables that we have in the data frame. Okay, suppose I use the attribute functions to check the attribute of a data frame D. So we can write here attributes, and then in the parentheses we will provide the data frame name. Let me run this. Suppose let me run the whole one. Okay, so if we run attributes and then in the parentheses we write D, so it provides this information. So it provides the names. So names are basically the variable names. Okay, then class, this is data frame, right? And the row names, so row names are the individual observations. So it has 5 observations. Perfect. And if you run the attributes on an atomic object, right? Because x, if we run here the x, so x is a vector of numeric type, right? So if we use attribute function on a variables x that is of numeric type, so in that case it provides null, right? Because attributes provides null in case of atomic objects, right? So suppose we have y as a character vector, right? So in that case also it provides null. So similarly in case of logical data sets or complex data type, it provides, the attribute provides null as a result. Okay, so it returns null in case of logical as well as the complex data type. Perfect. Okay, so now I will stop here. Hope you find this video useful. So for the live training details, you can visit our website www.greatonlinetraining.com, and for the demonstrations you can visit on the same URL, and you can also reach out to this number that is flashing on the screen. So thank you everyone, thank you for your time. See you in the next video. Hello viewers, welcome to Great Online Training. So this is 5th part of the introductory video designed for the beginners who wanted to start their career in clinical R programming. So in the previous video we saw various functions like entering input, evaluation. We also saw the R objects. We have also created at the end the vectors. So this video will see some more functions of the clinical R programming. So without further ado, let's move to the agenda of this video. Okay, so we'll first see the mixing objects. So mixing objects means creating of objects having more than one data type, right? After that, we'll see the explicit conversion. So in that case, we'll convert character to numeric, numeric to character, and we'll see other conversion. Then we'll see the matrices, as we all studies in the schools what matrices are. So these are basically numbers or a similar data type having rows and columns. Then we'll see the lists. So lists are very unique R objects that contains more than one data type. Okay, and then we'll see the factors. So factors are basically a categorical representation of data into R. So R deals the categorical data in a different manner. Okay, so it creates 1, 2, 3, so numeric string for each character, and based on that it do the analysis. And then we'll see the missing values. So missing values are basically NA or NaN. So these may be due to error or missing of records. After the missing values, we'll create the data frame. So data frame basically is a tabular representation of data. and then we'll see the names. So names are basically the column names or the variables name what we have in our objects. Okay, so now we'll move to the RStudio and we'll see these topics one by one. Okay, so this is RStudio. So I have just changed the layout here for a better representations. I have moved the console to the right, and this is the plot and the files. So for the time being, I'll minimize this window so that we can see this window, the editor window, in a more clear way. Okay, so we'll first see the mixing objects. So mixing objects are basically our objects, okay, having more than one atomic data type. So we already saw, so there are 5 types of atomic objects. So that are character, numeric. There are 2 types of numeric, one is real, the other is integer, and then we have logical and then complex. Okay, so let me create first vector here. So here I am using the variable name x and then left assignment operator, and then I'm using the combine operator. Okay, and I'm passing here 1.7 as a real number and then the character as a, small letter a. Okay, so I'm using a within a double quote. This will be stored as a character data type. Okay, so at the backend, R finds a way to represent all the objects in a vector in a reasonable fashion, right? So suppose I'm using here one character, one numeric and then character. So in that case, it creates a vector, the vector x, as a character, right? So it converts 1.7 into a character data type. Okay, so let me run this. Perfect. So let me check the x. Okay, if you see here, so 1.7 is in a double quote. So that means, so this is a character. Okay, so let me check the class so that it will be more clear. So class is used to check the data type. Okay, so let me apply here. So first we have to write class, then parentheses, then variable name, right? Or vector name. So here if you see the result, this is character. Perfect. Okay, so now I'll create a vector y, and here I'm using true as a logical atomic objects and 2 as a real number. R also stores this logical operator true or false as 1 or 0, right? So it represents true as 1, it stores false as 0, so based on the other data type, right? Okay, so when we are using this logical and then numeric object in the same vector, in that case this logical data type is converted into a numeric data type. So this true is represented as 1 and false is represented as 0. Let me run this line of code and show you. Okay, so let me run y. Here if you see, the true is represented as 1. Okay, so let me check the class. Perfect. So if you see the class is numeric. I will create the other variable here. Instead of true, I am using here false. Okay, so in the same way, it converts this logical atomic data type into a numeric data type. Okay, so false in R is stored as 0. So it creates y and it stores 2 here and then 0 for the false. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, so if you see, so this is also a numeric data type. Now I'll create the another type. So here I am using true and I am also passing a in a double quote, right? So this is character. Okay, so in that case, the R converts this true into a character data type and it stores in y, right? So let me run this. So if you see, the true is stored as a character data type because this is in double quote. So let me check the class here. If you see, the class is also character. Perfect. So when we are doing this mixing of different objects in R, so in that case coercion occurs, right? So coercion means, so what R try to do is find a way to represent all the object in a vector in a reasonable fashion, right? So suppose we are using logical R objects and the numeric. So in that case, it converts the logical R object into a numeric, right? And if you are using logical R objects with a character, so in that case, it converts the whole string into a character data type. These are also called as implicit coercion because we are not using here any functions to convert one data type another data type. So R does this automatically. Now we'll see the explicit coercion. So explicit coercion means we are using some functions to convert one data type to another data type, right? We create one vector x, and these numbers are stored as a character, right? Because if you see, all are stored in a double quote, right? So let me run this. Let me check the class. So vector x is character. Perfect. So now what I'll do here, I'll convert this x into a numeric. Okay, so there is one function as.numeric. So as.numeric converts particular character vector into a numeric. Okay, similarly there is other function as.logical, so it converts numeric objects into a logical objects. So similarly we have as.character, so this converts numeric to character. Okay, let me show you the first one. So as.numeric, so this converts character to numeric. Okay, so x is character here, so let me convert. Perfect. Let me show you the value. If you see, these are numeric. Let me check the class as well. Okay, if you see, the class of x underscore num is numeric. So x is converted here into a numeric data type. Okay, similarly you can convert the numeric data type to a logical. So here the function is as.logical. Okay, so let me run this. So let me show you the variables. So if you see, numerical variable x is converted to logical, and how it does, it converts all the non-zero values as true, okay, and 0 as a false, because R stores false as 0. Now I'll create one numeric variable here. So let me create this. So we saw this function, this colon earlier. So colon is used to create an integer sequence. Okay, so let me print this. Okay, so here we find the value from 0 to 6, right? So this is numeric. Let me show you the class here, class of y. Okay, so if you see, this is integer, right? So now I'll convert this into a character data type. Okay, so let me write here y underscore char, and I'll use the function as.character. Perfect. Let me show you the values in as.char. If you see, these are stored in double quote. That means these are character. Let me show you the class here, y underscore char. Okay, so this is character. Perfect. So the generic function here may be as, we can write here as dot data type. Right, and we have to pass the vector here. So suppose we wanted to convert the numeric to character, so here we have to write as dot char character. Okay, suppose we wanted to convert numeric to logical, so here we write as dot logical. The data type that we wanted to create will write here. Okay, okay, so let me show you some other examples. So suppose I create a character vector of alphabets, right? So here I'm using ABC. Okay, so let me create here X. Perfect. Suppose I wanted to convert this as a numeric. So this cannot be done because R or any programming language cannot convert this alphabet into a numeric, right? So in that case it gives error and it show any values, right? Similarly, it cannot convert this logical as.logical function because as.logical functions only applicable in case of numeric vector, right? So here we have to use the numeric. Okay, so in that case also it gives the NA. So similarly, you can run the complex. If you run this complex one, it's the same thing. So it gives the warning messages here. NA is introduced by coercion. Okay, so it doesn't give anything. So appropriate data type is required to convert character to numeric or numeric to character. Okay, perfect. So now I'll create the matrices. So matrices we all studies in schooling, right? So matrices are representation of data, right, of similar data type. So here maybe numeric as well as character. Okay, and the main characteristics of matrices are it must have rows and columns. Okay, so for creating matrices we can use this function matrice right? And here we have to pass the values that we wanted to use in the matrix creation. Okay, and then we have to specify the number of rows and the number of columns. Okay, so let me create here, let me run M. Okay, so if you see here, this is 3 by 3 matrices. So these are columns, so column 1, then column 2, then column 3. Okay, and similarly here we have rows, 1, then second rows, then third rows. Perfect. And if you observe here, the number are arranged in a column wise order, right? So if you see 1 2 3, then second column 4 5 6, then third column 7 8 9, right? So by default it arranges the values in a column wise order, right? So suppose we wanted to arrange the number in row wise, right? So what row wise means, so then 1, then 2, then 3, then it moves to second row, so 4, then 5, then 6. After that it moves to third row, 7, then 8, then 9. Okay, so suppose I wanted to represent in a row wise fashion, so for that you can use this function by row is equal to true. So in that case it arranges a row wise value. Let me run this, let me show you the M here. So if you see, the values are arranged in a row wise order. Also by default it arranges the values in a column wise fashion, and if you wanted to arrange in a row wise, you can use this by row is equal to true. Perfect. So suppose I wanted to arrange in a column wise fashion, so in that case you can use by row is equal to false. So in that case also it arranges in a column wise manner. Okay, so let me show you this. See, these are the column wise arrangement. The first column, then second column, then third column. Let me create the other type of matrices. So here I'll just pass the rows and I'll not use the column statement here. I'll not provide the input for the column. So how it creates the matrices. Suppose I wanted to create a matrices from number 1 to 12, and the matrices I'm providing here that must contain 4 rows, right? And I'm not here passing any number for the columns, right? So what it does, it creates a matrices based on the values here that must have 4 rows, and the remaining values can be represented into different columns. So based on the number of values, so it creates some additional column as well, right? So suppose here we have 12 observations, right? So 4 row we are passing, so in that case it creates 3 columns. Okay, because 4 times 3 means 12, right? So here I just wanted to mention one thing. So in matrices, number of rows multiplied with the number of columns must be equal to the number of elements. In that fashion this function works, right? So it creates 4 rows and the number of column here depends on the number of element what we are passing here. Okay, so let me run this. So here if you observe, it has created 4 rows, right? Second rows, third rows, and 4 rows, and it has created 3 columns here because we have total 12 observations and we are passing the number of rows as 4. So 4 times 3 is equal to 12, right? That's why it has created 3 columns here, right? So suppose instead of 12 I'll use 13. So what it does, it creates an additional column here so that it also uses the values 13. So in that case it gives some error, right? Some multiple of length, right? Because here 13 is not a multiple of 4, right? So that's why it is giving error, but it creates some matrices here because here passing n rows is equal to 4. So it has created 4 rows here, 1 2 then 3 then 4, right? And it uses up to 13, right? And after that it has started from the beginning, right? Whatever the element we are passing here. So 1 2 3. Okay, so this is the way how R creates matrices, right? When we are not using the n call options. Similarly, we can use only n call. So based on the number of element, it creates number of rows. So if we observe here, we don't have here the name of the column, right? So by default, it creates 1 2 3 and 4 as a column name, and it also created here 1, 2 and 3 as a row name. If you wanted to create some other name so that it will be easier for us to call a particular element, right? So in that case, you can use this function row names, right? So row names, and then after the parenthesis, you have to pass the matrix name. So let me use this function row name. So what it does, it just name this 1, 2 and then 3 as A, B and C. Okay, and if you use call name, so in that case it names column 1 as D, column 2 as E and column 3 as F. Okay, so let me run this. Let me show you the matrices. Okay, so if you see, now we have row name and column name of matrix M. Okay, so there is another function here. Suppose I wanted to extract this element, right? So this is in second row and second column, right? So here I write 2 and 2. Okay, so let me run this. You see 5 is there. Suppose I wanted to extract 9. So 9 is in row 3 and column 3. Okay, so here I'll write M then 3 comma 3. Let me run this. Okay, so if you see, we have here 9. Okay, so this is the way how we'll extract a particular element from a matrices. Now we'll see the dimensions. So dimensions returns the number of rows and columns. Okay, so let me show you. If you see, here we have 3 and 3. So first element represents the number of rows and the second element represents the number of columns. Let me run the other attributes. So if you run the attributes, you will get the dimension, the dimension name, so dim name, so this is row name and this is column name. Okay, similarly you can see the structure of the object M. So for that you will write str and then in the parentheses we will write M. Okay, so if you see, this is the result. So this is integer matrices 1 2 3 4 up to 9 and these are the column name, right, and the row name. So first is row name and then second is column name. Similarly, matrices can also be created based on the alphabets, right? So suppose I create M. What I'm doing here, I'm creating one string of letters from A to I, right? So let me run this, let me show you. So this is lowercase alphabets from A to 9. Okay, and I'm using this alphabets in the matrix creation. Okay, so I'm using here 3 rows and 3 columns, and I'm also using the matrix function. Okay, so it creates a matrix that contains the alphabets A to I. Okay, so let me run this. Let me show you M. Okay, so this is ABC. Here it has done by default the column wise arrangement, right? So ABC, then DEF, then GHI. Okay, so we can write by rows is equal to true for row wise arrangement. So this is the way how we create the character matrices. So matrix can be of numeric type or a character type. Okay, so these character matrices are basically used to store a character data type. Okay, but one matrices cannot contain the numeric as well as the character. Okay, now we'll move to the diagonal matrix. Okay, so this is the matrices. So here the element A, E and I, so these are called diagonal element. Okay, and the element other than A, E, I are called non-diagonal element. Suppose I wanted to create a diagonal matrices, and here I'll use 2, 4, 6 as diagonal elements, right? So instead of A, I will use 2, instead of E, I'll use 4, and instead of I, I'll use 6. And here I'm creating 3 rows and 3 columns. So for that you can use this diagonal statement, and the first you have to pass the values. Okay, so because here we have more than one value, that's why I'm using this combine operator, and after that we have to pass the number of rows and the column. Okay, so let me run this. Perfect. So if you see, here we have 2, 4, 6 as diagonal element and non-diagonal elements are 0. So this is the property of diagonal matrices. Similarly, we can create the identity matrices. In case of identity matrix, so all the diagonal elements are 1 and non-diagonal elements are 0. Okay, so let me create. So for creating the identity matrix, we can use just 1 instead of these 3 numbers. We can use this one and then number of rows and the number of columns. Okay, So this is diagonal matrix. So here if you observe, the diagonal elements are 1 and non-diagonal elements are 0. Now I'll create two vectors x and y, and I'll use the functions cbind and rbind. Let me create here. Okay, so let me show you x. So here we have three elements, 1 2 3. Okay, now I'll create the vector y. Perfect. So it has also three elements, 10 11 12. Now I'll use the function cbind. So cbind means column bind. So c is for the column. So cbind is a function that joins vectors as a column or variables, right? So what it means, so let me run this and show you. Okay, so if you see, so here x and y are joined as a column, okay, or variable. So in R we often refer column and variable interchangeably. Let me use the rbind. Rbind means row bind. So vectors are joined as a row, as observations or a data point. So all three are same, right? So in R, the observations, rows or data points means the same, right? So these are used interchangeably. So let me run this. Okay, so if you see 1 2 3 are the value of x, then 10 11 12 are the value of y. Okay, so these are arranged in a row wise fashion, right? So these are rows. The first row is x, then second row is y. Now we'll move to list creation. So list are objects that contains more than one data type. Okay, as we draw the vectors, the elements in a vector must be of having same data type. Okay, but in list we can have more than one data type. So list can also be created using this vector statement, and in the parentheses we have to provide here list, right, and the length. So this creates a blank list. So let me run this. Okay, so if you see, and these are shown in a double big bracket. Okay, so list first is null, right, because the vector statement creates null list. Now we'll use the list function to create the list, right? So here I'm using list, and then first I'm creating as a numeric objects, then second I'm creating a as a character, then I'm passing here the logical objects, and at the end I'm passing here the complex R objects, right? So let me run this. So if you see, the first element in the list is 1, then second element in the list is a, then third element in the list is true. Similarly, the fourth element is 1 plus 4i. And also, so double big bracket with the variable name is used to extract the particular element from the list, right? Suppose I wanted to extract a from the list. So how we can do that? We can just provide the list name and then two big bracket, and then we have to pass here the location of a particular element that you wanted to extract. So here a is at second position, so we have to provide the positional value of a. So positional value of a is 2, hence we are writing here 2. Let me run this. Okay, if you see here, a is equal to 2. Similarly, you can extract the other elements. Suppose I wanted to extract the last element, right? So this is at fourth position, so here I'll write here 4. Let me run this. Okay, if you see, a plus 4i. And if you observe, I have used the single element in the list, right? So all elements are of unit length, right? Instead of 1, we can pass a sequence of number. So let me create here y. So list, here we'll create 1 colon 2, then we'll create combine operator. We can use combine operator a, then b. Now we'll use the concatenation operator. Here I'll use the false. Okay, and at the end we'll use 1 plus 4i comma 2 plus 3i. Okay, let me run this. Let me show you why. Okay, if you see, so the first element here is 1 and 2, right, because we have passed 1 and 2 here. The second element is a and b, right? Third element is true and false. Okay, fourth element is 1 plus 4i and 2 plus 3i. Suppose I wanted to extract the second element, so for that we can write here y and double big bracket, and here we'll write the 2. So in that case, it show all the elements that are there at the second position, right? If you see here, so all the elements that are there are the second positions. 1 column 2 is considered as the first element, right? These two number are considered as second element, so these are third element, and these are the fourth element. Perfect. So now we'll see the factors. So factors are used to represent the categorical data, and this can be ordered or unordered, right? So R treats these categorical variable in a different way. So R creates these factors as an integer vector, and based on that it uses in the analysis, right? So these factors are useful in case of linear regression model, generalized linear regression model, and other modeling applications. So we'll see those in the course, so no need to worry. This is just a basic one. So how R treats categorical data. Okay, so let me create here the factor. Let me show you X. So if you see here, so the same value that we have passed, yes, yes, no, yes, no. Okay, and the label, if you observe, so first no is coming, then yes. So what it does, it's just sort the vector, right, what we are passing here, into a alphabetical order, right? So n come first. Okay, so that's why it is showing no first. So in case of modeling, whatever the character that R saves first is considered as a reference. So here no is considered as a reference. Okay, let me check the unclass. Okay, so if you observe, this yes is represented as 2 and no is represented as 1. Okay, whatever the factor that is considered as 1 is treated as reference in case of modeling. So here no is considered as a reference. Okay, suppose you wanted to use yes as a reference in a modeling, so in that case you'll define here the labels. Okay, and here you'll pass yes first and then you'll pass no. So in that case here yes will be considered as a reference. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, perfect. So if you see, yes is coming first and then no. Let me check the unclass. Okay, so if you see, yes is represented as 1, but earlier yes was represented as 2. And if you see here in label statement also, yes is coming first, then no. So in that case yes will be considered as a reference. Okay, so this is the utility of factors, and these are very useful in modeling. Okay, now we'll move to the missing values. So missing values may be due to some error or loss of data during the data collection part. So these are represented as NA or NAN. So NAN means not a number. So we saw in the previous video that 0 by 0, that indefinite form, is considered as NAN, not a number. Okay, and NA means any missing observations. So if you wanted to check a particular variable has missing or not, so in that case you can use this function is.na. Similarly, you can check is.nan for checking the NAN in the data or particular vector, right? Similarly, you can use is.numeric to check whether a particular vector is numeric type or not, right? Similarly, you can use is.character. Here you can use to check for numeric data type, to check character data type. Okay, similarly you can use is.logic. So here we can create a generic function as is.data type. Okay, this can be a generic function. So now I'll create one vector and I'll apply this function one by one. So let me create here. So this is x. Let me show you the values in x. Okay, if you see, the first value is 1, second element is 2, then na, then 10, and then 3. Okay, I will first check is.na. So is.na function returns a logical vector, right, either true or false, okay, based on the matching, right? So let me run this. So if you see, it returns a string of logical vector, and if you see, the first element is false because this is 1, right? And the second element is also false because it looks for the NA. So at the third place, if we have NA, so in that case at third place it gives true and the rest are false. Okay, so similarly you can use NaN. Let me run this. So because we don't have here NaN, so in that case it doesn't pick a particular location. If you see, all are false. Let me create another vector which contains NaN. Okay, so let me create here, let me show you the value in X. Perfect. So here if you see, first element is 1, then 2, then NaN, then Na, and then 4. Okay, so let me check the is.na. Okay, so if you observe here, so is.na also picks NaN and Na, right? Because if you observe here, the third position is NaN, right? So it is also providing the true, right? And at the fourth position it is also providing true, right? So this NaN function can detect or can test, can check NaN or Na. Perfect. So now we'll use NaN function. Okay, so if you see, the NaN is at third position, right? So in that case it only picked the third, right? It doesn't pick this Na. Okay, so this is the basic differences, is in is.na or is.nan, right? Now we'll move the data frame. So data frames are basically a tabular representation of data in R. So these are a specific type of R objects, and these are used extensively in data modeling. So we have various packages like dplyr or tidyverse that works very efficiently with this data frame. Data frame can store different classes of R objects, right? So it can be numeric, it can be logical, it can be categorical, it can be complex, right? So suppose we wanted to create a data set for a particular person, right? So in that case we can store their name, so that will be of character type. We can store their age, that will be numeric. Then we have weight. Okay, so this should also be considered as a numeric data type. Then we can have gender, that will be a character data type. So similarly we can have addresses, that will also be a character data type. So in that case, data frame can be created when we have a more than one data type that we need in a data. Okay, and these are some tabular representation of data that will be helpful in data analysis. Data.frame function is used. So here I'm creating a data frame that have ID and the name, right? So I'm using ID from 1 to 4. Okay, and I'm using here 4 names. Here ID is stored as a numeric data type and name is stored as a character data type. Okay, so let me run this. Let me show you the X. So if you see here, we have ID as a numeric and name as a character data type. Perfect. So now we'll see some other attributes like nrows. So nrows means it will give us the number of rows, right? So if you see here, we have row 1, then row 2, then row 3 and row 4. We have total 4 rows, right? That's why it is giving 4 here. Similarly, we can see the number of columns. So ncalls, it returns the number of variables. Okay, so if you see here, we have 2 variables, ID and the names. That's why it is giving 2 here. Similarly, we can check the class. Okay, so class is data frame. Okay, let me create a matrices here. Okay, so let me show you M. So M is of character data type. Okay, let me check the class here. This is matrices and array. This also looks like a data frame, but these are not usual data frame that we need in the data analysis, right? But other functions like read.table, read_excel, read.csv, data.matrices can also create the data frame. We'll see this function in next video when we'll cover the data in and out topic. Now I'll show you the names. So our objects can have names, right? So names are basically data variables name or objects names, and these are very useful in writing codes or self-describing the objects, right? So let me run here. Let me create. So I'm using here list function and I'm creating 3 names, Ankit, Andrew and Zia, and I'm storing 1, 2 and 3 for each of them, right? So let me run this. Okay, so let me run X. Okay, if you see here we have three names, Ankit, and for Ankit 1 is stored here, for Andrew 2 is stored here, for Jia 3 is stored here. Okay, so this can also be created using the other functions. So let me create the ID. Okay, so let me show you the ID here. Okay, here if you see 1 2 3, we have three numbers, and I will use the name functions to create the name for each of the values. Okay, so I will use the names functions to create the names of each of the values, right? So let me run this. Okay, so let me run ID. So if you see Ankit, Andrew, and Jia. Perfect. So this is the list, and this is the vector, right? So these are the names, right? Let me check the data type of. So this is integer data type, right? But if I show you the data type of X, okay, this is list, right? But we can use these two functions to create a similar type of names. Okay, now I'll use the matrices, and I'll create the names in the matrices. Okay, let me create a matrix that contains the values from 1 to 4, and I'm using here 2 rows and 2 columns. Okay, so let me run this. Let me use here M. Okay, so here if you see 1 2 3 4 number are arranged in column wise. Now we'll use the dim names. Okay, so dim names is a function that is used to assign the names in a matrices, right? So if you use the dim name, so here you'll use list. First string is assigned as a name for the row, and the second string is assigned as a name for the column. Okay, so let me run this. Let me run M. Okay, if you see AB is assigned as a row and CD is assigned as a column. So you can also assign the column name and row name using the function call names and row names respectively. So for that you can use this function call names and then provide the names here using the combine operator. Similarly, you can provide the row name using the combine operator C. Okay, so we have used this function at the above. Let me show you once again. Okay, so if we saw the matrices XZ as a row, perfect. Okay, so now I'll stop here. Hope you find this video useful. So please support us on YouTube for live training, and for the demo session you can visit our website www.greatonlinetraining.com, or you can also contact the number that are flashing on the screen. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your time. See you in the next video. Hello viewers, welcome to Great Online Training. So this is the 6th part of the introductory video designed for the beginners who wanted to start their career in the clinical R programming. So in the previous video we saw various topics like mixing of objects, explicit coercion, matrices, list, factors, missing values, data frame, and matrices. So in this video we'll see some more topic. So without further ado, let's move to the agenda. So here we'll first see some built-in function in R. So there are various functions that are built in R to perform a specific task. So these are of 3 categories. So first is character type or string type, then second is mathematical type, and then third is a statistical type function. After that we'll import datasets from a local drive using this read.table functions, and after that we'll import large dataset using this read.table function, and then we'll calculate the memory requirement, because we all know that R stores the data or R objects into RAM, right? So when we're importing a large dataset, so in that case we must have some rough calculation of the memory requirement so that it will not create any issue while importing the data. Otherwise, if the memory exceeds the limit of the system, so R will crash. And then we'll use this reader function to import various files from a local drive. So these are the topic that we will discuss today. So without further ado, let's move to the R Studio and see these topic one by one. Okay, so this is R Studio. So for timing, I have minimized this file window and then environment window. You can use this little window for seeing the file window here. Okay, and if you press there, then it will go down. Okay, so let me check first the working directory. So what working directory means? So this is just a path on your system that sets the default location for any file that you read in R or save out of R. So any file that you'll read or you'll save during the programming, it will save at a specific location in your system. That is called a working directory. Okay, so by default it saves into C drive. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Okay, so if you see, this is set in working this. So by default it sets the working directory in C drive under user. Okay, so if you wanted to set working directory in a different location, so you can write here set wd command and then parentheses, and in between you have to pass the location in a double quote. Okay, so suppose I wanted to extract some file from a specific locations. In that case, we have to set the working directory to that location where you have the files. Okay, so let me just, because I have some files here, that's why I'm setting this working directory at a specific location. So I have some file here in D drive. Okay, that's why I'm setting this working directory, because I need that file in this course of video. So I will need this. So I will need this file during this time. So I have some file at a specific location here. I have some file in D drive. Okay, that I need in the course of programming. That's why I'm setting the working directory here. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, so it is set. Let me check. So for checking, we can write here wd. Okay, so if you see, the working directory is set in D drive. Perfect. So now we'll use some other functions. Okay, so one by one I will use some function. So these are of character function. Okay, so these all are applicable on the character string or character vector. So let me create one character vector here, E. Okay, so if you see, let me print here. Okay, so this is the character vector. Okay, and suppose now we'll use the substr function. So substr function basically works. So substr function, now I'll use substr function. So substr functions used to extract a subset or a part of a string from a character vector. Okay, so suppose I wanted to extract from second position to fifth. Okay, so in that case I'll write here substr, then we'll start the small bracket, then we'll provide here the vector, character vector. So I'll first write the substr, after that we'll write here the character vector. Okay, and then we'll provide the starting position from where you wanted to extract or subset the string, and then the end position. Okay, so suppose I wanted to extract from the second position to fifth, so we'll write here 2, and then here at the end position we'll write here 5. So let me run this. Okay, so if you see, ELO was extracted. So if you see, say ELO. Okay, so if you see ELO, so this is the result that we are getting here. Okay, suppose I wanted to extract from second position to 8, so in that case we'll write here 2 at the second position, so 2 as a starting position and 8 as the ending position. So let me run this. See, perfect. Okay, so now I'll show you 2 lower and 2 upper function. So let me create one character vector here. Okay, so if you see, this is the character vector I'm creating, and now I'll apply 2 lower and 2 upper function. So 2 lower converts the character string or character vector to a lowercase or small letter. So here the syntax is, we have to write 2 lower parentheses, and then we have to provide the character string or character vector. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Okay, so if you see, all the elements are converted into a smaller letter. Earlier G and T was in capital letter, but now all are converted into smaller letter. Okay, perfect. So now I'll use 2 upper. So 2 upper just convert the smaller letter into a capital letter. So syntax here is, and then we have to pass the character vector. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so if you see, all the elements are converted into uppercase or capital letter. Perfect. Now I'll show you some other example. So for that we have to install one package here. So that package name is string R. So this is the name. I have already installed, so I will not install here. For those who have not installed, you can write install.packages, and then in the parentheses you have to provide the string R in double quote. Okay, so now I'll import the string R package. So for that you have to write here is library, and then we have to specify the package in the parentheses. Okay, so let me run this. So now I'll show you str2 title function. So this is a function. It converts first letter of each word into a uppercase or capital letter. Okay, so syntax here is, we have to write str, then underscore to underscore title, and then we have to provide here the character vector. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so I'm using here x underscore lower. So let me show you what x underscore low contains. See, this is x underscore low, and here all the characters are stored in a smaller letter. Okay, so but if I apply the function str to title, so the first letter of each word is converted into a capital letter. So if you see here, all three, that is G, O and T, are converted into capital letter. Perfect. Now I'll show you str to sentence. So it converts first letter of the character vector into uppercase, and all other letters are converted into lowercase or a small letter. Okay, so let me show you here. So let me run this, control enter. So if you observe, the first letter, that is G of the character vector X, is converted into capital letter, and rest are in a small letter. Okay, perfect. Now we'll use grep function. So this function is used to find or search for a particular pattern in a character vector. Okay, so syntax here is, we have to write grep, and then after that we have to provide the pattern, then the vector that we wanted to search in. Okay, and then we have to write here, ignore.case is equal to true or false based on the condition whether you want to consider case while searching or not. So let me first create this two vector. Here I have created two vector, Z and PAT. Okay, so G contains a 4 character here, right? And then in PAT I am using ABC in a small letter, right? And suppose I wanted to search ABC in character vector Z. So how we'll do that? We'll use this function grep. Okay, so here we have to just provide the pattern that we wanted to search, and then the vector in which we wanted to search that pattern. Okay, and after that we have to write here ignore.case is equal to true or false. So if we write false, so it will consider the case while searching. So what it means, so if you see, I wanted to search ABC in small letter in a character vector Z, right? So in that case it only consider ABC in small letter. It will not consider the ABC that are there in capital letter. Okay, and if I write ignore.case is equal to true, so in that case it will not consider the case. What it means, so in that case it also searches this ABC that is there in capital letter. Okay, so let me run this and show you one by one. Okay, so if you see, it has provided the location, that at first location we have ABC, then at second location we have ABC, and at the fourth location we have ABC, but it has not provided the location for the third. But here if you observe, so ABC is there, but it is there in a capital letter, and here we are writing ignore.case is equal to false, so in that case it will not consider that. Okay, but if I run the other condition here, ignore.case is equal to true, so in that case it will consider, because if you write ignore.case is equal to true, so it will not consider the case while searching a particular pattern. So let me run and then show you. Okay, so see here it has also provided the index for or location for third place. Okay, perfect. And if I just remove this ignore.case is equal to true or false, so by default it considered cases while searching. Okay, so let me run and then show you. See, so it has given the same result where we have provided ignore.case is equal to false. Okay, perfect. So now I'll show you the sub function. The sub function replaces a particular vector or string in a character vector. Okay, so syntax here is sub, and then we have to provide the pattern and the character that we wanted to replace. Here we have to write, and then we have to provide the character vector in which we wanted to do the replacement, and the same keyword here also, ignore.case is equal to true or false based on the scenario that we wanted to do. If we wanted to ignore the case, or if we wanted to consider the case while replacing the particular string. Okay, so let me create one character vector here, a1. Let me print for you a1. Okay, so if you see SAS programming, I wanted to replace this SAS with R. Okay, so I'll do that. So we have to write sub, and then in the parentheses we have to first provide the SAS in double quote. After that we have to write comma, and then we have to provide the character that we wanted to replace. So here I wanted to replace SAS with R, so we'll write here R in double quote, and then we'll provide the character vector in which we wanted to do these changes. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Let me run a2. Okay, so if you observe, SAS is replaced here with R. Perfect. Now I'll show you the paste function. So paste function is used to concatenate two or more string. So here we have two functions. So first is paste, and then second is paste 0. Okay, so we'll first see the paste. Paste concatenate character vector, right? So here I have provided first character as grade, then second as online, and then third as training. Okay, so it will concatenate all three, and it also keeps the spaces in between. Okay, so let me run and show you how it does. So if you see, it has concatenated all three characters, and if you observe here, it has also kept spaces in between. Okay, so this is the functionality of paste function. And suppose if I use paste 0 instead of paste, so in that case paste 0 will remove these spaces between this character. So let me run this. So here also similar sort of syntax, paste 0, then first character, then second character, and then third character. Okay, so let me run and show you. If I run this Z, so if you observe here, so here we don't have any spaces. So now I'll use str split. So this splits, so this function splits the character vector into different component, right, based on the functionality that we wanted to do, right? So suppose I wanted to split the character vector y based on the spaces, right? So let me print here first y. So this is character vector y. Suppose I wanted to split this character vector based on these spaces. Okay, so in that case it will split this character vector grade online training into three distinct word, right? So first it will create grade, then after that it will create online, and then at the end it will create training. Okay, so here the syntax is, first we have to write str split, then after that character vector, and then in double quote we have to provide the spaces, because we wanted to split this character vector based on spaces. Okay, let me run this and show you. Okay, so if you observe here, the str function has splitted this y vector into grade, then online, and then training based on the spaces. Okay, suppose I remove here spaces, so what it does, it splits all the letters. Okay, so let me run this. So if you observe, it has splitted all the letters, and it has also splitted this spaces what we have in between. Okay, this is the way how str split function works. Okay, and now I'll show you some built-in mathematical function. First I'll create here x. I'm creating a numerical variable x. So here we are using 2.01. Now we'll first see the ceiling function here. Okay, so ceiling function, what it does, it returns the smallest integer which is larger than or equal to x. So in that case it returns 3. Let me run and show you. Okay, if you observe here, so it has returned the result as 3. Now I'll use the floor. So floor returns the largest integer which is smaller than or equal to x. So here the syntax is floor and then the numeric vector we have to provide in the parentheses. Okay, so here we are using 2.01. So in that case floor will return 2 as a result. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so if you observe, so it has returned 2. Perfect. Now I'll show you sqrt is a square root, right? So it returns square root of a numeric vector x. Okay, so here we have to write sqrt and then in the parentheses we have to provide the numerical vector. Okay, so let me run this. If you see, this is the square root of 2.01. Perfect. Now I'll use exponential function. So here we have to write exp and then we have to provide the numerical vector. It returns exp to the power x. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, so if you see, ex to the power 2.01 is 7.463317. Perfect. Now I'll use the natural log. So for natural log we have function log and then in the parenthesis we have to provide the numerical vector. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Okay, so this is 0.6981347. So this is the natural log of 2.01. Okay, so here it has considered base as e. Let me calculate log base 10. So in that case we have function log 10 and then we have to provide the numerical vector here. Okay, so let me run this. So if you see, it has provided the result 0.3031961. So log base 10 and log natural log is designed for different purposes, right? So these are basically shifting of origin and scale. Now I'll show you the trigonometric function. So here I'm using sine and then we have to provide the numerical vector here. So let me run this. The sine of 2.01 is 0.9050906. Okay, similarly we can use cos x. The cos of 2.01 is minus 0.4252189. Now I'll show you some statistical function here. So for that I'll create one numeric vector x. So let me create here. Let me show you x. This is a numeric vector of length 6. Okay. Now I'll use trunc function trunc. Okay, so it returns the integer ignoring the decimal part. Okay, so let me run this and then show you. Okay, so if you observe here, it has only provided the integral part of a vector x. Now I'll use round function. So round function rounds a numerical vector up to a particular decimal point. Okay, so syntax here is first we have to write round and then in the parentheses we have to first provide the numerical vector and then we have to provide here the digit up to which you wanted to round the particular numerical vector. Okay, so here I'm using the round function and I'm passing numerical vector x. Okay, I wanted to round this up to 2 decimal point. Okay, so I'm using here 2. Let me run and show you. Okay, so if you observe, the numerical vector x is rounded up to a 2 decimal point. Now I'll use sum function. So sum function basically sums all the elements of a particular vector. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, so what it does, it just sum all the numbers 1.3. So first number is 1.5321 plus 5, then plus 5.2135, then 7.1643, similarly the rest one. Okay, so it just add up all the numbers what we have in the numerical vector x. Okay, now I'll show you absolute function abs, right? So in this case it returns the absolute value, right? So what it means, it change all the negative value into a positive one. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Okay, so if you see, so earlier here we have minus 4.0127, right? But it has converted into a positive number. Okay, similarly we have function min x, so it returns the minimum value of a numeric vector x, right? So syntax here is we have to write min and then in the parentheses we have to provide the numerical vector. Let me run this. Okay, so this is the minimum one. Similarly we have maximum. Okay, then we have the mean. So mean function is used to calculate the average of a numerical vector x. So it returns the average value, right? So what average value means? So it just add up all the numbers, right? And then divide by the number of numbers. Okay, so it added all the numbers and then it divided by 6 because here we have 6 element, right? So first element, then second element 5, then third element here, fourth 5, and then 6. So it will add all the numbers and it will divide by 6 to calculate the mean. Okay, similarly we have median function. So what it does, it provides the middle value, right? So it arranges the number in a ascending or descending order and then it returns the middle value. Okay, so let me check here. See, 5.067 is the median value here. Similarly we have a standard deviation. So standard deviation is square root of the deviation from the mean, right? So we'll see this function in more detail in subsequent videos. Okay, no need to worry. Similarly we have a range, right? So what range returns? It returns the minimum and the maximum value, right? So if we observe here, the minimum value is minus 4.0127 and the maximum value is 8.1265. If we observe the result of the range, so it has just provided the minimum here and the maximum value. Perfect. Now we have a quantile function. So what it does? So it splits the whole data into 4 equal parts and return a particular quantile. So here we have 3 quantiles: 25th quantile, 50th quantile, and 75th quantile. Okay, so suppose I'm writing here 0.25. So in that case it returns 25th quantile. Okay, so let me run this. So 25th quantile is 2.399075. Okay, similarly if you wanted to extract all 3 quantiles, so you'll use here concatenate function and you will provide here 0.25 for 25th quantile, 0.50 for 50th quantile, and 0.75 is for 75th quantile. Here I just wanted to mention one thing. So 50th quantile is equal to median. If you observe here, the 50th quantile is 5.106750, right? And if you observe here the median, so it is exactly the same. Now I'll show you how to read or write data in R. So first we'll see reading data. So for that we'll use read.table function. So let me show you the syntax here for read.table. So here we have to write read.table and then after that parentheses. So first we have to provide the file name, then we have the keyword here header. So header is equal to true or false, whether we wanted to create the header using R or we wanted to use the default header what we have in the datasets. So based on that we'll use true and false. Then we have other functions, sep. So this is a separator. Suppose our data is stored as a space separated value, so in that case we'll write here space. And if the data is stored as comma separated value, so in that case we'll write separator as a comma in double quote. Okay, so read.table is used to read a text file. Okay, so I'll show you first what file we wanted to import here. Okay, so this file I wanted to import. So if you see, I have stored few numbers. So first is serial number, then initials, then date of birth, then gender, and then salary. And if you observe here, all values are separated with spaces, right? Now I'll show you how to use this read.table function. Okay, so first we have to write here read.table. Okay, and then we have to provide the file name that we wanted to import and the extension. Suppose this file is saved as txt, so we have to write here txt, and then the separator variable, right? So delimiter we have to provide. So the values are separated in the file dummy underscore text as a spaces. So here we are providing here space. Okay, and here we are providing header is equal to false because we wanted R to create a header variable for us. So let me run and show you. Let me run AA. Okay, so if you observe, it has created the header v1, then v2, then v3, then v4, and then v5. Okay, so for all the 5 variables it has created the header, and these are the corresponding values for each of the variable. Perfect. So now I'll use here header is equal to true and see what it does. So if you observe, it has not created the header for us, right? So it just shift the first observation to a header, and it has concatenated the first observation with X, right? Observe here, we have not created header in the datasets. That's why it is giving absurd result in case of header is equal to true. So now I'll use other delimiter and show you how it works. So let me show you this file first. Okay, so let me open then CSV. If you observe here, all the values are separated with a comma, right? So here we'll use separator or delimiter as a comma, right? So let me run this and show you. Okay, so if you see, everything is fine. Here we are not providing anything, header is equal to true or false, right? But by default it creates header for us. Okay, so if you see v1, v2, v3 and v4, that it has created for us, and these are the values. Perfect. Suppose I remove this separator or delimiter, then what it does. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Okay, so if you observe, it has created only one column here, v1, and it has stored all the values in one, right? So here we are not using separator or delimiter as a comma, so it has considered all the values as a one column v1. So the separator or delimiter is very much required if you wanted to import the data in R, right? Otherwise it may give misleading result. Now I'll show some other way to read CSV file, right? So here we have to write the function read.csv, and then we have to provide the file name. Okay, and if you observe here, we have to also provide the extension. So this is very much required while importing the file into R. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so if you observe here, it has imported the file. Okay, and everything is looking good. Perfect. Now I'll show you read R package. So read.table and read.csv is coming from the utils package, right? So if I write here read.csv, if you see, this is coming from the utils. So these are not very efficient when we have a large data set, right? So in that case, the read R package is used, and this read R package is recently developed by Hadley Wickham to deal with the reading in large flat files quickly. So this read R package is very fast, right, as compared to the base analog, that is read.table and read.csv. So I have already installed read R package into my system, so I will not install. So those who have not installed, you can write here install.packages, and in the parentheses you have to write read R within a double quote. Okay, so I have already installed, so I will not install that. So let me comment here. I will just call or import this read R package. So for that we have to write library, and then in the parentheses we have to provide the package name. So let me run this. Now I'll import this CSV file. Okay, and I'll use here read_csv. Okay, perfect. So if you observe, I'm using here call_type is equal to cncc. Okay, so this is a function that is used to specify the column type. Okay, so if you see, I'm using here C first. So the first variable name here is in character. Okay, so that's why I'm providing here C. And if you observe the second variable here, so this is age, and this is stored as a numeric, right? And then I'm providing C for sex, and I also wanted to import salary into a character format, right? That's why I'm writing here C as well at the end. Okay, perfect. Let me show you the structure. So if you observe here, so name is stored as call_character. Okay, and the sex and salaries are also stored as character data type, but age is stored as numeric. Perfect. Now I'll show you how to sort the data, right? Suppose I wanted to sort the data with name and salary, right? So here we'll write the data set name, right? So emp, and then we have to provide here the order function, and then we have to pass the variable name. So in R, if we wanted to call a variable, we have to first provide the data frame name and then the variable name after the $sign, right? So I'm using here emp, then $name, because I wanted to sort this data set with name. And then I'm also using the second variable salary. Okay, and I'm using descendant is equal to true. Okay, let me show you. So if you see here, it has sorted the data set, and I'm using here descendant is equal to true, so it has sorted from Z to A, right? Not from A to Z. That's why if you observe here, Ram is coming at the top and Alice is coming at the bottom. Okay, let me run this and show you. Okay, so if you see, so when I write decreasing is equal to false, so in that case it has sorted the data and it has sorted from A to Z, right? So if you observe here, Alice is coming first and then Ram is coming at the bottom. So now I'll import Excel file from the local drive and I'll show you. So for importing Excel file, we have to install this package, right? Read Excel. So for that you have to use this command install.packages, and in the parentheses you have to provide here read Excel, right? And so I have already installed, so I will not use that. So I have commented here, I will just import the file. So for importing or for calling a particular package, you have to write your library and then the package name. So let me run this. Okay, and here the keyword is read underscore Excel, and then you have to provide the file name, and also we have to provide here the extension. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Okay, so this is the file that we wanted to import. Okay, so now I'll show you some other function here. Suppose I don't remember the exact file name, so in that case we can use the function here, file.choose. Okay, so let me run this. So it will open a drop-up box. Okay, and we can select the file which we wanted to import. Suppose I wanted to import this, so we can use, so you can use this file to open. And here we have to also keep in mind that suppose we are using read.excel, so in that case we have to select the Excel file only. We cannot select the other file extension to import, otherwise it will not work. The file is imported. Okay, let me show you. So this is the file. Perfect. Now I'll show you how to export the file to a local drive. Okay, so for that we have some function here. So this is coming from the utils library, which is part of a base R package. Okay, and then the parentheses. After that we have to provide the dataset name that we wanted to export, and then we have to provide the location where we wanted to export, and also at the end we have to provide the file name that we wanted to create, right? So I wanted to create file name as employee underscore data underscore exported underscore 01, and I wanted to create in a CSV format. So here we have to write .csv. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Okay, so this is fine, no error. So let me show you the data. Okay, if you observe, the first file is exported. Okay, and these are the value that we just exported here. Okay, so now I'll minimize this. Now I'll export using write underscore CSV. So this is coming from the reader package, right? So I'll import using this write underscore CSV. Okay, so here first provide the dataset name and then the location name, and at the end we have to provide the name that we wanted to create in R. Okay, so I'm just writing the same name and I'm using suffix as 02 so that it will be easier for us to distinguish, right? So let me run this and show you. Okay, if you see, file is exported, and if you see the type of file, Excel comma separated values. So let me open this file and show you. Okay, so if you see, this is the file we just exported using read underscore CSV function. Okay, let me close this. Now I'll use write underscore Excel underscore CSV to export this file into a Excel format, right? So I'm writing here XLX, the same thing, the other keyword is same. Okay, so here we have to provide the dataset name and then the location, and at the end we have to provide the name. So employee underscore data underscore exported underscore 03, so that we can distinguish. And at the end we have to also provide here the file extension name. Here we wanted to create Excel file, that's why I have written here XLX. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Perfect, no error. Okay, if you observe, file 3 is created. Now I'll show you how to create tables. So table are similar to a data frame, a nicer way to create the data frame. Okay, so for that you can use this package table. So I have already installed, so I will not install. So for those who have not installed, you can use this command to install this table package, and we'll just call here. Okay, so here we have to provide the table. So earlier we used to write here data.frame. So instead of that we'll write table, and we'll write the variable name and then the values. Okay, then again name, then the corresponding values for the name, and then weight, we have to write the weight here for all 5 objects, and then height. Similar with the combine operator, we have to provide the height here. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Okay, so if you see, this is the table. Let me show you the class. Okay, so if you observe, this is table, right? Table data frame. Perfect. Similarly we have a table. So table does the row wise arrangement, right? So for that we have to use table function, right? And then we have to provide the column name and then the individual values one by one. Okay, so let me show you here. So first we have to write here table, then after that we have to provide the parenthesis and then the variable name after the tilde sign. So I wanted to create first variable as id, so I have to write tilde first and then id. Then the second variable I wanted to create name, so we'll first write the tilde sign and then we have to specify the name here. Similarly for third variable, we have to first provide the tilde, then weight, and then fourth variable, so first we'll write tilde and then height. Okay, after that we have to provide the comma, and then we have to enter the individual values with the comma sign, right? Let me run this and show you. If you see, the table is created here. So this is similar to data cards or data lines what we have in SAS, right? So in case of table or data frame, we may miss some values, right? Because these are not coming vertically or in a column wise fashion, right? But in case of table, all the values that we wanted to store is coming in a column wise fashion, so there is very less chance to miss any one of them. Okay, perfect. Now we'll move to memory requirement for R objects. So R stores all the objects in a physical memory, that is RAM. In that case, it is very much required to know about some rough estimate how much memory required to load a particular dataset, right? So when we have a very large dataset, suppose we have a million rows and we have a 4 GB of RAM, in that case R may crash, right, because of low RAM size. So in that case we must have some rough estimates about the memory requirement for importing a particular files. Okay, so now I'll import here first one file and I'll calculate the memory requirement. Okay, so this is the usual file that we have imported in the above. Okay, so this is very small file. Here we have 12 observations. Okay, and we have 4 variables. The first variable is name, then age, then sex, and then salary. Okay, so let me calculate here the memory requirement. Okay, so here we have 12 rows. So let me change here 12. We have 2 categorical variable. Okay, and we have 2 numeric variable as well. Okay, as we all know, with the standard double precision system, right, we need 8 byte to store one numeric. Okay, and we need 4 byte to store one character. This may vary based on the different encoding. Okay, but usually we need 4 byte to store one character and we need 8 bytes to store one numeric. Okay, and here we have 12 rows. So suppose we wanted to store two categorical variables, so 12 into 2, that means we have to store 24 categorical cells, each requires 4 bytes, right? So this is the calculation for the categorical. Okay, so 96, and here we have to plus the numerical variable, right? So here also we have 12 rows. Okay, two variables, so 12 into 2, we have 24 cells for the numerical variables as well, and we need 8 byte per numerical cell to store that. So in that case we have to multiply with 8. So this is for the numerical variable and this is for the categorical variable. Okay, so let me run this and show you the total memory requirement. So if you observe here, 288 byte space we need in RAM to import this file, because this is very small file, and here we have 4 variables and 12 observations. Suppose I have a data frame with 2 lakhs rows and 100 variables, and all of which are numeric, right? So in that case, suppose I create here 2 lakhs, and then I'll create y as 100, right? So, and suppose all columns are of numeric data, right? So in that case we need 8 byte here. For calculation of byte, I'll just multiply these 3 numbers. So let me run x first, then y. Let me run this now. Okay, so if you see, we need 1.6 to the power 8 byte, right? Let me change into KB. So in 1 KB we have 1024 byte. So if you wanted to change the byte into KB, so we have to divide that with 1024, right? So this will result into KB. Okay, so we need 1,56,250 KB to import that file. Let me change into MB. So if I wanted to convert the KB into MB, so we have to divide again with 1024, because in 1 MB we have 1024 KB. Okay, so let me run this. So this is the MB that we need to import this file. Suppose we wanted to convert this MB to GB, we have to divide this number by 1024, right? Because in 1 GB we have 1024 MB. So let me divide once again here. Okay, so this result 0.14 GB is required to import this file. Okay, suppose I'll increase 2 lakhs to 20 lakhs. Okay, let me run this. Perfect. Okay, so if you see, we need 1.49 GB to import a data frame having 20 lakhs rows and 100 columns, and all 100 columns are of numeric data type. Okay, so suppose we increase the some variable with the character data type, so we'll also add those two. Now I'll stop here. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your time. Hope you find this video useful. So please support us on YouTube, and for live training or demonstration session, you can visit our website greatonlinetraining.com, and you can also get in touch with the number that are flashing on the screen. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your time. See you in the next video. Hello viewers, welcome to Great Online Training. So this is 7th part of the introductory video designed for the beginners who wanted to start their career in clinical programming. So in the previous video, we saw various topics like built-in function in R, read.table, and at the end we also use read.r package to import the data from the external drive. We have imported text file, CSV file, and also the Excel file in the previous video. So today we'll see some more topic in clinical R programming. So without further ado, let's move to the agenda. Okay, so we'll first see here textual and binary formats. So these are special formats to store the data in R. So here we have two functions, so dput and ddump. So we'll see these functions in more detail. So at the end we'll see the binary formats, what are the binary formats and their utility in R. Okay, so without further ado, let's move to the R Studio and see this topic one by one. Okay, so here if you observe, there are few datasets and variables. And if you observe here, there are few data sets and variables are already there because of last, and these are coming from the last R sessions, right? So I just wanted to use here one function to remove that. So there is one functions ls. So ls stores ls. So I'll use these functions to remove that. So let me run this. Okay, so if you see, all objects is deleted now. Okay, so how it works? So there is one function here. So these are the combination of two or more functions, right? So ls, so what it does, it brings all the elements from the So if you observe here, there are few data sets and values and the variables are created in the environment, right? So I just wanted to clean these. So there is one function here, rm, then we have to write the parentheses and list is equal to ls. So this is the combination of two or more functions. So I'll show you how it performs. So this function is used to clean the R environment. Okay, so let me show you how it works. So we have here ls functions. So it returns all R objects that are present in it returns all our objects that are present in the environment window. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so if you see all the variables data sets it is giving. Okay, and there is one function rm. So rm is used to remove a particular R object. Okay, so let me write here, remove R objects. So rm removes R object from the R environment. Okay, our R window. Let me show you how it works. So we have to write here rm, and then we have to provide the variable name. Suppose I wanted to remove age, so I'll write here age. Okay, let me run this. Let me show you. Okay, so if you see, age is removed. Earlier we are having 6 R objects, so now we are getting only 5. Age is not there. And also if you observe in the environment window, so age is disappeared. Okay, so what I'll do here, I'll just pass, instead of age, I'll pass the list. I'll create list. Okay, and I'll store the ls in that list. Okay, so let me run this. So what I did here, I just store the ls into a list and I pass that list to a rm function to remove all the R objects what we have in the R environment. So this is the way how this function works in removing or in clearing all the R objects from the R environment. Now we'll check the working directory first. We have already discussed getwd command, and then the parentheses we have to provide. So it is there in C drive. So now I'll change the working directory to D drive. Okay, so for that we have commands get setwd, and then we have to provide the location. Okay, so let me do that. Okay, so let me check the working directory once again with getwd command. Okay, so now it is in D drive. Perfect. So now we'll see textual format of storing datasets. So these are text format, that is clear from the name, right? Textual format means text format. So this is based on the unique philosophy which generally stores all kinds of data in text. And here we have two functions, dput and ddump, and these are used to store editable text format. Okay, and in the case of corruption, these are readily recoverable. We can recover this textual format in case of corruption comparatively easier than the other file format like CSV and other data format. And dput and ddump preserve the metadata, and this will be easier for the user not to specify over and over. Okay, it is long lived and you can recover comparatively easier as compared to other file formats in case of corruption. Okay, and textual format can work much better with control version, like control version program like super version or git. So control version means suppose we are updating the data frequently, right? So in that case we can see the data that are updated recent. We can see the changes of data in a more meaningful way. Cons of this textual format is it is not space efficient, so it requires completely very large space as compared to other data format, and these need to be compressed for sharing or other activity because of large data requirement. Okay, so these are some pros and cons of the textual format. So let's see how we'll use this textual format. Okay, so let me create one data frame here. So I'm creating here 4 variable ID, names, weight and height. Okay, I'm using data.frame. So let me run this. Okay, so if you observe, the data frame is created. Okay, so now I'll use dput to convert into a textual format. So syntax here is dput, and then we have to start with the parentheses, and after that we have to provide the data frame name. Okay, and we have to write the file statement, and after the equality sign we have to provide the name that what we wanted to write. Okay, and then file extension. So I'm creating R file. Okay, that's why I'm writing .r. This dput internally writes R code and it converts frame into a textual format. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so it has created and it has stored on the working directory with the name student underscore dput. So let me show you the file. Okay, if we observe, this is the file that we have created just now. Okay, if I open this file, so it will show the R script that is used internally to create the textual format, right? Or what we can do, we can just call this R object to R, and we'll see what R has stored in this file. Okay, and dput is used in case of single R object. Okay, so in case of multiple, we have to resort to dump. Okay, now we'll see how to get or call textual R objects into R. So we have here dget function, and the syntax is dget and then parentheses. After that we have to write file, and after the equality sign we have to provide the R objects. Okay, so let me run and show you, and I'm saving this R object in student1. Okay, so let me run and show you. Perfect, let me run student. So if you see, it has created here the same dataset that we have converted into a textual format. Perfect. Now we'll use dump. So dump is also similar to get, but here we can use multiple R objects at the same time. Okay, now we'll create two character variable here, the y. Let me run this. So now I'll create x. So let me run this. So now I'll use these x and y, and I'll create the textual format. Okay, so here I'll use dump because here we have more than one R objects, right? And we have to use combine operator to combine these two R objects, and after that we have to provide the file and the file name. So R will create file data.r. Okay, it will convert x and y into a textual format. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, if you observe, so it has created data. Perfect. Now we'll call this R objects into R. I'll see what it contains. So first of all, what I'll do, I'll remove this value x and y from the environment so that we'll see whether it is calling or not. Okay, so let me use this rm function. So we have to write here rm, and then in the parentheses we have to provide the R objects. Okay, so here we have two variables y and x. We'll write y, and then after that we'll write comma and then x. Okay, so let me run. Perfect. So if we observe, x and y is deleted now, right? So now I'll call this file that we have just created. So for calling textual file, we can use the keyword source, and after that we have to write the parentheses and then file equal to the file name what we wanted to call here. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so if you observe, now x and y is appearing here in the environment window. Perfect. So it has called this data underscore r. Perfect. So now we can see x and y individually what we had earlier. Okay, now we'll see the binary formats. So binary format is complementary to the textual format and used for the efficiency purpose, or because there is no other way to represent data in a textual manner. Okay, and also there is loss of precision when converting to or from a textual format. So for resolving that issue, we have the binary format here, and we have few functions: save.image, and serialize. Okay, so these three functions are used to convert our object into a binary object. Okay, so now we'll see one by one. Okay, so let me create a student here. Perfect. So I'm creating here only the numerical variable, right? Because this works mainly on a numerical variable. Here we have a student. Okay, so here we have three variable: ID, weight, and age. Okay, and now I am creating age here in a vector. Okay, so I'll create binary R objects, and I'll use this data frame student and the numerical vector age. Okay, so for that we have here the keyword save. Okay, so syntax here is we have to first write save, and then after the parentheses, then we have to provide the R objects. Okay, so first I'm writing the student, this is data frame, and then I'm adding here age after the comma. Okay, and this age is a numerical vector, and after the comma we have to write the file, and we have to provide the name what we wanted to save there. Okay, and if we observe here, I am creating R data. So for creating R data, we have to write RDA. Okay, let me run and show you. Okay, so it has created here. Okay, so now I'll show you here. If we observe student underscore save dot RDA, this is RDA file. It has created right now. Now I'll load this file and show you what it contains. Okay, so first of all, what I'll do, I'll just clean the environment so that we'll able to observe whether it is importing or not. Okay, so first of all, I'll clean the environment. Okay, so if you see, all the R objects has been deleted. Perfect. Now I load the binary formats what we have created. Okay, so for loading we have the keyword load, and then the parentheses we have to provide the file name. Okay, we can write here file is equal to or we'll just provide the file name directly in the parentheses with the extension. So this need to be keep in mind that we have to also provide the extension with the file name. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, if we observe here in the environment section, so we have student and age, but earlier it was not there. Okay, so now we can see the age. Perfect. Here this is a numerical vector, right? And then we can also see the student. So this is data frame. Here we have three variables. So perfect. So this is the way how binary function works. Okay, so now I'll use save.image function. Sometimes in R we have more than one R objects and we wanted to save all, right? So this is very tedious way to save the R objects, right? Because we have to write all the R objects name here, right, in the save function. Okay, but we can save all the R objects using this save.image keyword. Save.image, we can save all the R objects using this save.image function. Okay, so how we'll do that? The keyword here is save.image, and after that we have to write parenthesis sign and then the file name what we wanted to create. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so it has created all our objects. So but for now we have only two, so that's why it has stored these two R objects, right? But if we have more than two, then it stores all the R objects what we have in the R environment. And I'm creating here R data, right? So it will create R data there, and for loading you have to write, and for loading you have to write load and then file name, and after that we have to provide the .rdat, the file extension. Okay, so let me run and show you. So first of all, I'll clean the environment. Okay, so if you see, now we don't have anything here. Let me load. Okay, if you see, these two are coming now. Okay, now we have the serialize functions. So this is also binary format. So this is used to convert individual R objects into binary formats, and this is very useful while creating the exportable format. because here we have very less loss of precision, and it also stores the metadata that other binary operator doesn't do that. Okay, so in that case, in case of sharing with the other network or other connections, so this serialize R objects is very useful. Now I'll show you how to use this serialize function to create the binary R objects. Okay, so now I'll create one vector here. So I'll use here numeric vector. Okay, so because this binary, all binary operators works on non-numerical vector only. Let me show you age. Perfect. So here we have 5 observations: 24, 28, 24, 31 and 38, right? So now I'll use serialize. Okay, so the syntax here is we have to write serialize and then we have to provide the variable name. After that there are various functions, but I'm not using any ASCII or any function. So for more function you can write question mark and then we'll write serialize. Okay, so it will give here whole lot of function, right? So there are ASCII connections, so there are objects, then connection, then the ASCII formatting, right? So I'm not using any connections here, right? So I'm just passing null, and let me show you how it creates. Okay, so let me show you the age underscore ser. Okay, so if you see, it has created a binary R objects, right? So there are a whole lot of numbers and the symbols. So this is the way how serialize function works. So now I'll stop here. Hope you find this video useful. So please support us on YouTube. Thank you. Hello viewers, welcome to Great Online Training. So this is the 8th part of the introductory video designed for the beginners who wanted to start their career in clinical R programming. So in the previous video we saw the textual format and the binary format. So in this video we'll see some more topic of clinical R programming. So without further ado, let's move to the agenda of this video. So we'll first see here the file connections. So this file statement is used to establish the connection between our console and some external sources. So here external sources may be the local drive or the URL. Okay. After that we'll read lines of a text file and then we'll read using URL connections. Okay. So without further delay, let's move to the R Studio and see this topic one by one. Okay, so now we'll see this topic one by one. Okay, so here we'll see reading data based on the outside interference or connections. So there are various file connections. So first is file. So file keyword is used to connect to a file. So this may be basic normal file. This may be Excel or CSV or text file. Similarly, we have ZZ file. This keyword is used to connect file compressed with ZZ algorithm. Okay, so these are different categories of zip file. Similarly, we have bzip2 file. So these are used to connect to a file compressed with bzip2 algorithm. Okay, and now we have URL. So this is used to connect a web page. Okay, and we have other option also. So if we write R, so this means read only. If we write W, so this is writing. Okay, and A is for appending, and AB is reading, WB is writing, and AB is appending in case of binary files. Okay, so now first we'll use the file keyword here. Okay, so we'll first write file and then we'll provide the file name. Okay, so the dummy underscore text, so this is a textual file, and here we have to also provide the extension after the period. Okay, and if we wanted to use this file in a read-only mode, so we'll write here a small r in double quote. Okay, so let me run this and show you. Okay, here the working directory is not set, that's why it is giving error. Okay, so let me first set the working directory. So we'll first check the working directory, get wd. So by default it should be in C drive, but I have to set the working directory to D because we have the data, these files in D drive. Let me paste the location here, and I have to change this slash. Perfect. So let me run with control enter. Let me check once again, get wd. Okay, so it is now in D drive. Okay, so now we'll cut this line of code and paste after that. Okay, let me run this. Perfect. So now we'll use read.table function to read this text file dummy_txt. Okay, so if you observe, so this is the file that we have just imported here. Perfect. So this is the file keyword, right? So it connects text file, it connects similarly the CSV file. So let me show you the CSV file. So similarly we have to write here file, and then in the parentheses within a double quote we have to write the file name, and after the period symbol we have to provide the extension of the file, right? So this extension means the type of a file. So this is CSV file, that's why we write here CSV. Okay, and then open is equal to R, so this just create this file in a read only mode. Okay, so let me run this. So now we'll run read.csv. so read.csv is used to read a CSV file. Okay, so we are here calling a CSV file, that's why I have used here read.csv. Let me run this. Okay, so this is the file that we just imported. So this is the way how file function works in R. So this file statement is used to establish connection between R console to external file. This may be a different file type. Okay, so this may be Excel, DAB, or other SAS or SVSS files. Okay, now I'll show you how to establish the URL connections. So now this URL keyword is used to establish the connection to a web page. Okay, so I'm writing here Johns Hopkins University URL, and I'm using here small r in double quote because I just wanted to use read only mode. Okay, so let me run this and show you. So let me comment this because this is the second exercise we wanted to perform. Let me comment this for time being, and we'll see this example after that. Okay, so first we'll see the first one, con. Okay, and I'll use this read line function. So read line function is used to read the web page. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, I have to change here con. Perfect. Now I'll print out few lines. Okay, so let me run head. Okay, so here head will provide first 6 element of the R object X. Okay, so here as expected we have HTML file format. Okay, so this is the page layout, right? So okay, let me connect to our website greatonlinetraining.com, and I'll use here read only mode. Okay, so let me create here. Okay, so now I'll use read line functions. Let me change here con1. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, so this is warning regarding incomplete final line found, right? So no problem, this is not a big issue. Okay, I will see the header of X. Okay, so if you see as expected, here we have HTML language. Okay, and the file type is HTML because website is generally designed in a HTML format. So this is metadata that it is giving. Okay, so now I'll stop here. Hope you find this video useful. So please support us on YouTube. You can subscribe our YouTube channel for more videos and for live training, and to enroll for a demonstration session you can visit our website www.greatonlinetraining.com, or you can get in touch with the number that is flashing on the screen. Or now I'll show you how to subset the list. Okay, so for that I'll create one list here and I'll show you how to do the subsetting. Okay, so this is a list. Let me check the class of list here. Okay, so if you see, so this is list. Perfect. Suppose I wanted to extract A from this list. Okay, so how we'll do that? We'll write here first the list name, and after that we have to provide here 2 big bracket, and in between we have to write the index of the number that you wanted to extract. Okay, so I wanted to extract A, and A is at second position, hence we write here 2. Okay, perfect. So let me run and show you. Okay, if you observe here we have A. Now I'll show you what is the class of this extracted or subset part. Okay, so as we already saw in the above, so this is of different class type as of the original vector or data frame. Okay, so let me check the class here. Okay, if you see, so this is of character data type, but the list is of list data type. Okay, so hence these two are different. Now I'll show you how to do the subsetting using the dollar symbol. Okay, here we have to first write the object name. So here I have created list, so I'm writing here the list name, and after the dollar sign we have to provide the variable name. Okay, this dollar symbol is used to extract the element from our objects using the name. Okay, so this is the R object name list I have created here. Okay, and here we have a is equal to 1. Okay, and here a is the name of the R object, that is 1. Okay, so I just wanted to extract a, so here we'll write first the object name, that is list, and after the dollar sign we have to provide the variable name. Okay, perfect. Let me run and show you. Okay, if you observe here we have 1. Now I'll create the nested list and I'll show you how to extract or subset a particular element from a nested list. Okay, I'm creating here list here, and in that list here the first element is again a list. Okay, and the second element is a character vector. Okay, so here if you observe the first element is itself list, so here we have list within list, right? So this is called nested list. Okay, so let me create here and show you. Okay, let me print x. Okay, if you observe, so this is the first list, and here we have 1 as a first element, then 2 as second element, and 4 as third element. Okay, similarly at second position we have Anil and Naidu as a character vector. Okay, suppose I wanted to extract 4. Okay, so if you observe, so 4 is at first position with respect to this list. Okay, and at third position with respect to the nested list that is there inside the list. In that case, so how we'll do the extraction? We'll first write the list name, that is x. Okay, and after that we have to write 1 and 3 using the combine operator to extract 4, because 4 is at first position with respect to this list. Okay, and third position with respect to the inside list. Okay, that's why we are writing here 1 and 3. Okay, let me run and show you. So if you observe, here we have 4. Perfect. Suppose I wanted to extract a, right? So how we'll do that? In that case we have to write first the list name, that is x. After the 2 big bracket we have to write a in double quote. Okay, let me run. Okay, if you observe, so this is the value of a, what is there in the list, x. Now I'll show you another way to extract a. Here we'll use the dollar operator. So how we'll do that? We have to first write the x. Okay, so our objects, and then after the dollar symbol we have to write the variable name. So dollar symbol is basically used when we have a variable name. Okay, so here we have a as a variable name. Okay, and here also b as a variable name. So let me extract a. Perfect. So if you observe, here we have 1, then 2, and then 4 as third element. Here we have 1 as first element, 2 as second element, and 4th as third element. Okay, suppose I wanted to extract b. How we'll do that? We'll write x, then dollar symbol, then after that we have to provide the b. Let me run. Okay, if you observe, so this is the b. Perfect. So suppose I wanted to extract the Naidu here. So how we'll do that? So if you observe, so Naidu is at second position with respect to this list, and it is also at the second position if we talk about this b. Okay, so here we'll write x, the our object name, then 2 big bracket. After that we have to write combine operator, and here we'll provide 2 because this is at second position with respect to this list. Okay, and we'll write again 2 after the comma sign because this is at second position with respect to b. Okay, so let me run and show you. So if you observe, here we have the result. Okay, perfect. Now I'll show you the partial matching. Partial matching is used to extract our objects with the help of name, right? So this can be used in case of list, data frame, or vector. Now I'll show you how to use partial matching in the case of list. Okay, so let me create list first. Okay, so I'm creating here list. Okay, so let me print here. Okay, so this is the list. This is the the first element, then second element, then third element, and then fourth element. Okay, so if we observe that the first element has name AA and BP. Okay, suppose I wanted to extract the first element, right? So here the variable name is AA and BP. So suppose we wanted to do the partial matching, so in that case we'll write A instead of AA BP, because we are providing half name, right, or partial name instead of full name, right? So let me run and show you. So it has provided one. Perfect. Suppose we wanted to do the exact matching, so how we'll do that? We have to write the list name. Okay, so list name is list, and then dollar symbol, we have to write AA and BP. Okay, so because this is the variable name, let me run this. So in that case also we'll get the same result. So partial matching does not work with respect to the double big bracket, right? So by default it does the exact matching. Okay, so suppose I write here list and then the variable name. Okay, so instead of AABB I am writing here small a in double quote within a two big bracket. Okay, so let me run and show you. So if you observe, so it is provided here null, right? So it is not giving anything, right? Because by default it uses exact matching. Okay, so suppose we wanted to extract using this double big bracket, so how we'll do that? We'll write the same thing, and additionally we have to write exact is equal to false after the comma symbol. Okay, so in that case it does the partial matching. So let me run this. Okay, if you observe, it has provided one. Suppose I write exact is equal to true, so in that case it won't give anything. See, so if you want provide exact is equal to true or false, so in that case also it considered exact is equal to true. Okay, perfect. So now I'll create one data frame and I'll show you how to do the subsetting there. Okay, so let me create here, let me show you. Okay, so this is the data frame, right? Here we have 4 variables and 5 records. Okay, so suppose I wanted to extract this ID, so how we'll do that? So in that case we have to use the nomenclature of calling variables from a data frame. Here we'll use first the data frame name, after that we have to write dollar symbol and then provide the variable name that you wanted to extract. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, if you observe, so this is the vector that we wanted to extract. Okay, suppose I wanted to extract this 2, so how we'll do that? We'll write here 2 in big bracket. Okay, so let me run. Okay, if you observe, this is the result. Okay, perfect. So now I'll create matrices and I'll show you how to do the subsetting here. Let me create, let me show you. So here we have 3 rows and 3 columns. Okay, and we have values 1 to 9. Okay, we have already seen how to create the matrices. So we saw earlier how to create the matrices. Okay, so here we have 3 rows and 3 columns. So now we'll check the dimension here. Okay, so it is giving 3 and 3, so 3 rows and 3 columns. Okay, now I'll check the attributes. So it also gives in the same way, because we don't have name here, so we don't have here row name and column name. That's why it is not giving anything for the row name and column name. Okay, but it is only providing the dimension here. Perfect. So in case of matrices also, so subsetting is done with the help of square bracket. Okay, and here we have to write the row name and then column name. Okay, suppose I wanted to extract the first row. Okay, so how we'll do that? We'll write here just 1 and we'll left the column. So in that case it returns all the column. By default it returns a vector. Okay, so suppose we wanted to stop that functionality, we'll write here drop is equal to false. So let me run this. So if you see here, it is returning in the matrices format. So this is the row name and these are the column name. Okay, in a vector format. So how we'll do that? We'll write drop is equal to true. Okay, so let me run this. So if you observe, this is extracting and providing result as a vector format. Okay, but earlier if you observe, so these are having matrices structure. Okay, so if we write drop is equal to true, so in that case it provides result in a vector format, and if you write drop is equal to false, so in that case it provides in a matrix format. And if you don't write drop is equal to true or false, so by default also it provides in a vector format. So let me show you. Okay, if you observe, we have not provided here drop is equal to true or false. So in that case also it has provided in a vector format. Okay, perfect. Now I'll show you how to remove NA. Okay, so for that, so NA, so we saw what is NA. So NA is not a, so I will show you how to remove NA. Okay, so NA is created due to missing of observations. So these may be of, well, these may be of various. So now we'll show you, now I'll show you how to remove NA. So NA is a missing observations. Missing can occur in a data because of multiple reasons. So there might be loss of records, there might be some defect in the data or devices that doesn't capture the values. Okay, so now I'll create one vector here x, and I'll okay, let me print here. Okay, so if you observe here, we have NA at third position. Okay, let me remove that. So here we have is.na function. We saw this function earlier. Okay, so this function returns a logical data type that is a string of true and false. Okay, so it returns true for the values where we have NA. So if you observe here at third position we have NA, so in that case it returns true at the third location. Okay, so let me run this, I'll show you. Let me run x underscore without. So if you observe, it has provided a logical string of true and false. So if you observe at third position, it has provided true because at the third position we have NA here. Okay, now we'll use here negation operator, which is represented as exclamation symbol. Okay, so here we have to write exclamation symbol, and after that this the variable name. Okay, so what it does, so it converts true into false and it converts false into true. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so if you observe, so it has converted all the false into true and the true into false. Okay, perfect. So now I'll use this negation operator, and I use this as a placeholder in x. Okay, so what it does, it just remove the place where we have false. Okay, so if you observe here at the third position we have false, so in that case it removes the third value. Okay, so at the third we have NA, so in that case it removes NA and we'll get the rest value, right? So we'll get 1, 2, 10 and 3. Okay, so let me run and show you. Okay, so if you observe we have 1, 2, 10 and 3. So this is the way how we'll remove the NA from a vector. Okay, now I'll create the data frame and I'll show you how to remove NA from that. Now I'll create the data frame here. Okay, okay, and now I'll show you how to remove NA from a data frame. This is the data frame. Okay, here we have 4 variables, and if you observe we have NA in case of weight at third position and we have NA in case of height at fourth position. Okay, so now we'll see how to remove that. So here we'll use one function complete.cases. So it also returns the string of true and false. Okay, so let me run and show you. Let me show you cmp complete underscore student. So if you observe, it has also provided the string of true and false. Okay, and if you observe here we have false at the third and fourth position. So we'll use this string of true and false and we'll pass as a placeholder in the original dataset. So what it does, it removes the observation where we have false. Okay, so let me run. So here we have to write the data frame name, and after the big bracket we have to provide the string here. Okay, and then we have to provide the comma because we wanted to keep all the columns. Okay, so let me run, and I'm using here head function. So in that case it provides the 6 results. Let me view A. Okay, so if you observe, so it has removed all the, it has, so if you observe here, it has removed. Hello viewers, welcome to Great Online Training. So in the previous video we saw subsetting, and we have saw the examples of subsetting a vector, data frame, list, nested list, etc. So in this video we'll see some more topic related to the clinical R programming. So without further ado, let's move to the agenda. Okay, we'll first see the vectorized operations. So here we'll perform the mathematical operations on a vectors. Okay, so we'll create some numeric vector, and after that, so I will show how to perform the mathematical operations on a vector. And after that, we'll create matrices and we'll see the mathematical operations on a matrices. Okay, so now we'll move to the RStudio and we'll see these topic one by one. So let me clean the working directory here. So for that we have rm function list, then we have to write here ls. Okay, so now environment is clean. Let me clean the console as well. Okay, so that is fine. Let me set the working directory first. Okay, let me check once again. Okay, so now it is in D drive. Perfect. Now we'll use here addition, subtract, multiplications, division, remainder, quotient, and power. Okay, so we'll see these functions on a vector and on a data frame. So we'll first see on the vector. So let me create here two numeric vector. Okay, so we already saw how to create the vector. So this is a combine operator, and in that we have to pass the numerical observations. Okay, so let me create here num1. Perfect. So let me print. Okay, here we have 2 4 5. Let me show you the num2 here. Okay, so here 2 4 3. Perfect. Let me add these two. So for adding, we have to just provide the vector name with the plus symbol. Okay, so R perform mathematical operation on an element wise fashion. Okay, so 2 plus 2, so in that case it will provide 4 as a first element. Okay, then 4 plus 4, so it provide 8, and then 5 plus 3, then it also provide 8 as a third element. Okay, so let me run and show you. Perfect. If you observe, so 4 8 8. Similarly, it does the element wise subtraction. Okay, so we'll write here num2 minus num1. Okay, you can write in other way as well, no problem. Okay, if you observe, so 2 minus 2 is equal to 0, then 4 minus 4 is equal to 0, then 3 minus 5 is equal to minus 2. Perfect. Now we'll see the multiplication. In case of multiplication also, so it does the multiplication in an element wise fashion. Okay, 2 multiply with 2, then 4 multiply with 4, then 5 multiply with 3. Okay, so let me show you here. Okay, if you observe, 2 into 2 4, then 4 into 4 is equal to 16 as a second element here. Okay, and then 5 multiplied with 3 is equal to 15. Perfect. Now we'll show you the division. So in the case of division also, it does the division in an element wise fashion. Okay, so in case of division, I'm dividing num2 by num1. Okay, so 2 will be divided by, okay, so 2 by 2 is equal to 1, then 4 by 4 is equal to 1, and then 3 by 5 is equal to 0.6. Perfect. Now I'll show you the remainder. So in case of remainder, so it also calculate the element wise remainder. Okay, let me run and show you. Okay, if you observe, so in that case it divide, so I'm using here num1 first, so it divide 2 by 2, so in that case we have 0 remainder, and then the second element 4 divided by 4 is equal to 0 also, so we don't have remainder here. Then 5 divided by 3, so in that case we have 2 as a remainder, if you observe here. Perfect. Now we will show you the quotient calculation. So quotient also, it does the element wise calculation. Okay, so if you observe, 1 for the first element, then 1 for second, and 1 for the third. Okay, perfect. Now we'll see the power calculation. In case of power also, it does the element wise power. Okay, so here I'm using num first, so 2 to the power 2, 4 raised to the power 4, and 5 raised to the power 3. So let me run and show you. Okay, if you observe, 2 to the power 2 is equal to 4, then 4 to the power 4 is equal to 256, and 5 to the power 3 is equal to 123. Right? Perfect. Now I'll call datasets. Now I'll call here two datasets, and I'll show you the mathematical calculation there. Okay, so let me show you. Okay, so I have created here two variables, num1 and num2, and I'll import this data and I'll do the mathematical calculation there. Okay, let me import this. Let me select here data underscore 1. Okay, perfect. Let me show you the data. Here we have two variables, num1 and num2, and we'll perform the mathematical operation on this data set. Okay, let me check the class here. Okay, if we observe here, the class of data1 is data frame, right? So in that case, we have to follow the nomenclature of calling variable from a data frame, right? So in that case, we have to first write the data frame name and then the dollar sign. After that, we have to provide the variable name. Okay, this is the minor changes we have to do here. Okay, because we are having here data frame instead of vector. So earlier we have two vector, num1 and num2, but now we have a data frame, and in that data frame we have two variables, num1 and num2. Okay, so for calling we have to use the data frame name, and after the dollar sign we have to provide the variable name, and other functionality remains the same. Okay, so let me use here. Okay, see the element wise summation it does. Okay, so let me show you subtraction. Okay, if I observe here, if you see, in case of addition, so what it does, it just add 1 with 19, then 12 with 12. Okay, so 24, then 30 plus 17 is equal to 47, then 4 plus 20 is equal to 24, and then 5 plus 17 is equal to 22. Okay, if you observe, right? Similarly, it does the subtraction. So I'm subtracting num1 from num2. Okay, so 19 minus 1 is equal to 18. Okay, and similarly for other elements, I have calculated here multiplication. In case of multiplication, it does the element wise multiplication. Okay, so 19 multiplied with 1 is equal to 19 here. Then 12 multiplied with 12 is equal to 124. Similarly, the other element. So 5 multiplied by 17 is equal to 85 here. Perfect. Similarly, the other function, division, quotient, and power calculation. Okay, so it follows the same structure, right? But here we have to follow the rule of calling variable from a data frame. So in that case, we have to additionally provide here the data frame name and then dollar sign. After that, we have to provide the variable name. Okay, perfect. If we wanted to create the variable, so in that case, we'll write here data frame name and then dollar sign and then the variable name what we wanted to create. Okay, suppose I wanted to create the variable add in data1. So what I'll do, I'll first provide the data frame name after the dollar sign, and then we'll write the variable name what we want. Okay, so I'm just adding and I'm storing in the variable add. Similarly, the other variable will be created. Okay, and that's the same mathematical operation I am performing here. I'm just creating here the additional variable in the data frame. So let me run one by one, and at the end we'll see data1. Perfect. Now I'll show you the data1. So if you see here, we have additional variable add, sum, mult, power, etc. Okay, perfect. Here I have, so this is another data I have created here, and I will import and I'll show you how to calculate change from baseline. Okay, let me import. So this is the data I have created here, two variable, baseline and post baseline. Now I'll show how to calculate the change from baseline. So in clinical setting, we usually calculate the change from baseline. Okay, So what it means, so we have to first write the post baseline value minus the baseline value. Okay, so this is very frequent calculation that we usually do in clinical trial data sets. Okay, perfect. So I have imported data 2, right? And I'll do the change from baseline calculation. I'll create one variable in a data 2. Okay, so I'm writing here the name change underscore from underscore baseline. Okay, and what I'm doing here, I'm just calling the post baseline value minus the baseline value. Okay, so let me do and show you. Let me show you the data 2. Okay, if you observe here, we have baseline, then post baseline, and then the change from baseline. So what it does, it just subtracted the baseline value from baseline value. Okay, so 9 minus 1 is equal to 8, 12 minus 20 is equal to minus 8. Okay, and then 17 minus 31 is equal to minus 14, and similarly 20 minus 4 is equal to 16, and 7 minus 5 is equal to 2. Perfect. Now I'll show you how to calculate the absolute change from baseline. So now I'll show you how to calculate the absolute change from baseline. Okay, so for that we have to first calculate the change from baseline, and after that we have to take the modulus, right? What it means, so we'll first calculate the change from baseline. Okay, so in that case there may be some cases where we have negative values, like here if you see minus 8, minus 14. So in case of absolute change from baseline, so we'll convert those negative value into a positive one. Okay, so I'll use here ABS. So ABS is an absolute function, so it converts all the negative observations what we have into positive. Okay, so this is the absolute change from baseline calculation. Okay, so let me use this and show you. Okay, I'm creating here the variable ABS underscore change underscore from baseline. Okay, let me run this and show you. Let me show you the data 2. If you see, all values are converted into positive. Okay, earlier we have minus 8 and minus 14. Perfect. So now we'll stop here. Hope you found this video useful. So please subscribe our YouTube channel for more video. So now I'll stop here. So if you have any question, please write in the comment section below, so that we'll reply in one business day. And if you have any question related to your career, job opportunity, placement, you can write in the comment section and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. And to make a bright future in a clinical domain, I'll recommend you to join our course and apply enormous job opportunity out there. So if you join our course, we'll provide you the software, learning material, live project example, and also the doubt session to help you to learn this course in a better way. For the live training details and for the demonstration session, you can visit our website www.greatonlinetraining.com. You can also get in touch with the number that is flashing on the screen. Okay, so please support us on YouTube and subscribe our YouTube channel for more such videos. We are also running the other paid courses, so for that you can visit our website www.greatonlinetraining.com. Please don't miss this learning opportunity and join our course. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your time. See you in the